Ride or die. Cold, these brothers my guys. Know that they fly. Know that they fly. Know that they ride or die. CJ Ike, they ain't no longer about. They ain't no longer about. They ain't no longer about. CJ Ike, they ain't no longer about. Know that they ride or die. Know that they ride or die. I keep waving my seat. Know that they ride or die. I keep waving my seat. Baby hustle, but the night waving my seat. Know that they ride or die.
Hello, welcome to this amazing. No, let's get it right. Let's get it right. Amazing Sunday morning. I am Uncle Mike, your favorite gamer's favorite uncle, and we are starting here with a all-day live stream. My first all-day live stream, and what we are going to be doing is we are going to be trying to do a Xbox achievement on Microsoft Flight Simulator, which is to fly from Bordeaux, France to Seattle, Washington. And of course, if you have been following along at all in some of the Microsoft Flight Simulator, you know that it's not a stable platform here on the Xbox. And so we'll see how far we can get before the game crashes on us, but that is our goal. And first, I must say to Action Plaza, good morning to you, Action Plaza. Thumbs up because you are amazing. Thank you for joining me. I am good. How are you? So yeah, we're gonna jump right into this. So let me go ahead and do some NOTAMs. There's really gonna be no chapters of this. Well, maybe there might be. I'll put some chapters in here for this flight, but basically it's Bordeaux, France, over to Seattle, Washington. So unless we fly over some interesting stuff, then I'll put in some chapters and all that. Remember, I'm running a contest, and you can find out the official rules of the contest below, in the description below, which is a $50 U.S. Xbox gift code once I reach 500 subscribers. My next live stream will actually be a week from today. So Sunday morning, because I'll be again gone in real life during the middle of the week, so I won't be able to live stream on Wednesday. And with that, subscribe if you haven't, click that like button if you do, comment, share about my channel and videos. Come join me like Action Plaza. Come join me in chat in a future live stream. And with that, let's game on. So here we are already. Hey, Action Plaza, as soon as I reach your 500, subscribers, I'll do the stream. And yeah, I've usually got a handful. It's usually you, maybe a couple other people. So the rules of the giveaway that I'm doing, I'm just going to put my iPad down here. The rules that I'm doing is you got to be in chat. So yeah, we're one person in chat. That's all there is to it. So all right, I'm just going to come over here. I'm just going to make sure we got some things taken care of. Flight path is set. Auto brakes are set to rejected takeoff. Spoilers are armed. Everything is looking good. I am going to fly this beast. So I am just going to make sure here that heading is set 225. Indicated airspeed. I am going to go ahead and jack that up to for right now until we get to 10,000 feet, 240 knots. So, all right. So if you're interested in what we are flying today, this is what we are flying today. Oh, yeah. As far as I know, in Microsoft Flight Simulator on the Xbox Series X, the largest airplane that we've got right now in the sim, the Boeing 747. Yeah, everybody give a, yeah, everybody. So here we are. Let's go ahead and set up a few views here. This is the view for all of you out there. This is the view when I take a break, because I'm going to try to do a all-day live stream. That this is the view that I will activate it. This is the view that I will show when I take a break. I'm going to take a break on the top of the hour, every hour, for 15 minutes. Because, well, I just don't want to sit here, and I'm an old dude. And so if I'm going to do an all-day live stream, I am going to have to take breaks to stand up and stretch and all that. So this will be the passenger view that we go to when I am off stream, and I will also do that, and I will turn off my camera so everybody knows that we're on a 15-minute break, but the plane will continue to fly and all of that. So here we are, and so yeah, we are ready to go. So all the speeds are dialed in, so we are going to take off here. You can see that we're going to climb out. We're going to need to do a right turn here and climb up. We're going to basically be going over the southern, like the Normandy coast, then the southern coast of England, and then over the southern coast of Greenland, and then basically the Great Circle route brings us down in over Canada into Seattle, Washington. So probably about 9-10 hours in flight. So all day live stream, let's see what happens. So I'm not using ATC because I don't want to have to monitor ATC for 9-10 hours. So we are ready to go. Flaps are set to 10. I can see that over there. I am going to go ahead and remove the yokes so that way we have better visibility of all the instruments so you can see everything. And so yeah, we're ready to go. So power's coming in. Everything is looking good. Let's bring the power to full. And like everything on the instruments, and look out the window. Let's get ready. Parking brakes are off, and we are rolling down the runway. Airspeed's alive, 60 knots. A little bit, says that we got a little bit of a left crosswind. 120 knots. I do have live weather on, so this is a full test. Coming up, V1. V1. Rotate. We're still on the ground. And positive rate, gear up. Power come back. Not the prettiest of takeoffs, but we have a crosswind there. Heavy crosswind, actually. This is live weather, so we had a really heck of a crosswind there. I'm flying it. I'm not on autopilot or anything like that right now, so I'm flying this big old bird. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I mean, how you would get it, I'm not really sure since it's U.S. Action Plaza. That's all I have available to do. And so if you got it, you would get the code, and you could, I mean, if you had a friend in the U.S. or something like that, you could gift it to them or something to that effect. But yeah, unfortunately, that's all I have the ability to do. And I appreciate you asking the questions, but yeah, there's that is the issue. I've researched it, trying to find out how to, you know, like buy in other countries and all that kind of stuff. So, all right, flaps coming. Flaps going to 5. We're making our turn here. Now we're going straight to, I think it's BCM 923 or something like that. There's our waypoint. I got to stay under 250 knots at 10,000 feet. At least that's the U.S. rule, so that's what I'm flying here. All right, trim, trim, trim. Let's trim up this big old girl here. Come on. There we go. I don't have to fight it so much. All right, flaps coming up. Let's go ahead and get a view so we can really see out the nose. There we go. Now we can really see out the nose. I mean, I would just, you know, the way that I would give the actual gift, you know, the gift card is, it's just a code. And so you would just get it in email. All right, power's coming back. Don't want to bust that 250 under 10,000, so power's coming back. Got to re-trim since I brought the flaps in. Whew. All right, I'm still flying it. I feel pretty confident here in my flying ability, in my stick and trigger. That's what I call it. Stick and trigger. It says stick and rudder. Stick and trigger abilities. All right, we're passing that waypoint here. Just all right, here we go. We are going to try not to screw everything up. We're going to come over here and we're going to hit that. We're going to tap that. That turns on auto throttles. There we go, auto throttles engaged. 240 knots. We're going to come up here to about about 15,000 feet here, and go ahead and go into a altitude hold. I'm going to go in this view here. This is, like I said, it's a big bird here. We're going to hold at 240 knots at about 15,000 feet. That way I can get everything set up on the autopilot. Like I said, I am flying this right here, so we can make sure that I'm in a little bit of a descent here. I'm going to need to go. All right, let's come up here. See, let's check the speed. So I'm going to go ahead and go to 200. Actually, I'm going to go to 300 knots. We're above 10,000 feet. We're going to go 300 knots. All right, pushing to 15,000. Bringing the nose over. Still on our flight path, just making a left turn here. About 300 knots, coming up to 15,000 feet. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Action applies, and we'll talk about that here. Let me just go ahead and get all settled here. Oops. Looked over and wasn't paying attention. Let's go and get on that. Get on our flight path here. Again, I am still sticking trigger here on the airplane. I am flying this beautiful 747 here. All right, trim, trim, trim. What do we want? About right there. Yeah, that looks good. All right. First thing we're going to do is we're heading 339 on the heading. Let's go ahead and get the heading bugs back over here at 339. Alright, 339 on the heading. Let's go to altitude hold, which is, we're at 15,000. Oh, come on now. I will just go with that right there. Alright, autopilot comes on. Alright. I don't want her to get all too crazy on me, so let's go ahead and just pick 16,000. She's gonna bobble here a little bit on us. I've been telling her to do some stuff here, so 346 on the old heading. Should now come back left for us. All right, I think we're now going to be here and stable at about 16,300 knots. Heading looks good. Take a look at her. She's all cleaned up as we're climbing up the West Atlantic coast of France here, where we're at. Looks really nice out. All right, altitude, we got, okay, so it did hold at when I pressed the button. So let's go here. All right, so now let's go ahead and go to cruise altitude, 42,000 feet, flight level 420. Let's go ahead and go speed bug, 310. Vertical speed. Let's try 3,000 feet per minute. 310. Go ahead and come just a little left here, get on track. There we go. Okay. We're getting there. I don't have a lot of experience in the 747. I flew it a little bit just to kind of get ready for this flight. So, all right, so we are coming up here on Royan. I can come over here and change this to plan, and then I'll change this, range it out. So there's Royan. Let's come down here, go to legs. We're coming up to Royan. All right, we're gonna see here what happens. Okay, we're gonna go into lateral navigation. Okay, I gotta monitor the airplane here. Come on, roll out on me. All right. All right, so I have put on lateral navigation. All right, everything looking really good. So now what should happen is, since lateral navigation, she should be following that magenta line here. So we're going to pass Royan. Everything is looking really good here. So now lateral navigation is, she should now follow November 3-6, uniform, Mike. She should follow now our path. We're telling her to climb at 3,000 feet per minute up to 42,000 feet, flight level 420. Here comes that little left turn on path, so that looks good. Went ahead and I'm controlling the speed through the autopilot there at 310 knots indicated. Reset the pressure. Okay, everything is looking good in the neighborhood. We've got full fuel. everything is looking good there. I do like that view because you can just see out. It's just a nice view, you know what I'm saying? So then we've got this. So here we are. So this is still going right up. This is the western Atlantic coast of France right here. So just again, I have to say this. I just have to say this. This is Xbox Series X. This is console gaming. Again, I will have to say that also, I've got live weather on, I've got live players on, and I've got live traffic on. So I'm not going to put the name tags on so you can actually see the gamer tags of everybody in the flying here, because that just takes up more computing power. So we are, like I said, trying to do this non-stop flight from Bordeaux, France. There's a couple of airplanes now with the Top Gun Maverick that we could do, but I wanted to fly it. It's kind of real. So, oh, we're getting up. Now we got contrails. Oh, yeah. That's amazing. Look at that. That's beautiful. Stunning graphics, stunning model of an aircraft. Oh, that's amazing. Okay, let's go back in the cockpit. Everything is looking good. We're coming up to Utiso, our next waypoint here. Climbing through 30,000 feet. We're going to flight level 420. 42,000 feet. So we're going to get up big and high because she's 747, man. Big old beast, you know. Flying around here. So, all right, I think we're all good. So, Action Plaza. So, yeah. So, how do you use the, well, you got to be on Xbox to use the gift card. And like I said, I don't know if all I can do is I can only buy in the U.S. a gift code. I've tried. I've looked like on Amazon and all kinds of stuff. But the way that it does it is in your region, and so that's unfortunately that's a limitation. Again, I can give the code out to anybody, so you can live anywhere in the world and you can have the code. It's just how would you use the code? I unfortunately I can't answer that, except for that you could actually give the code to somebody that you knew, right? Or something like that. So I'm not doing any type of cash or anything like that, value giveaway or anything like that. It's going to be a digital code. So if you have any, friends or anything, family or something like that, whoa. I'm watching to see what's going on here. The avionics have switched over to Mach. That's what happened there. That's why we had that bobble. So it also sucks because we've got a monster jet stream up here that we're going to fight. Right, everything seems to have stabilized here. When it went through the change from indicated, oh there, look at that. Traffic alert. Look at that, we're going to go right through this. Oh, look at that, we're going to go right through this contrail. That was amazing. All right, everything is looking good. We got a monster crosswind from the left here up in the jet stream. We're coming through flight level 375 here, going flight level 420. Looking good so far. Let's see where we're at here. See if we can kind of figure out where we're at. Still going up the eastern coast here. This is, oh sorry, the western coast. This is the Atlantic. This is the West Atlantic coast of France. That's what we're climbing. Straight ahead up here is the UK. So that is. Once we get up here to the tip and around the tip, so kind of out here on the English Channel coast of France, above the cockpit out there, that's Normandy. That's what's the Normandy coast, famous Normandy coast from World War II. All right, coming up on flight level 400. Everything is looking good though. I'm liking what I see. Like I said, I don't have a lot of experience with the airliners. I flew them a little bit just to get familiar with them. So, and I've flown them in some of the landing challenges. If you go take a look at that live stream, so that past live stream. Again, you can see my pinned comment here in chat that at the top of every hour, I will take a 15-minute break. And when I do so, I will switch to this view right here, and I will also turn on some music. But I will take a break from the top of the hour to 15 minutes past the hour. So we're at 9:30 right now, and just climbing out here up over France. That is what's below us here. Beautiful scenery of the western coast, the western Atlantic coast of France. We have taken off out of Bordeaux, France, and at Lima Foxtrot, Bravo Delta. So LFBD is where we took off from. We're just making a little turn here as we go through a waypoint. So there we go. The Uvudu. Okay, we're coming up on flight level 420. Let's go ahead and just monitor here, make sure everything stabilizes, everything is looking good here. Coming up flight level 420. Should do a little bit of an acceleration to Mach 0.860. Looking good. Again, I have got live weather, live traffic, live players. Everything is live right now. So it is a test of the power of the Xbox Series X, its cache and all of that, to make sure that we see if we have a crash here in the system. Throttle's coming back as we're leveling off at flight level 420 at Mach 0.860 is what we've got over here on auto, our German co-pilot here, the autopilot, flight level 420. So in case we have any type of crash or something like that of the autopilot, let's go ahead and just make sure that the heading bug is also centered, and it is. That's good. We are on lateral navigation, so it is following our flight plan from Mama Computer down here that we had programmed up. So looking good. So here we are, still going up. This is still the western Atlantic shore of France. Just stunning, like I said, stunning aircraft, stunning live weather right now. The graphics are amazing. We're in November 3-6 uniform Mike. The flight simulator on the Xbox livery here for the 747. We are just sitting way up high here at flight level 420. We've already seen one other airplane traffic pass right in front of us. We went right through their contrails. That was fun. All right, it looks like we are now stable at Mach 0.860. Could actually speed up just a little bit. Let's go ahead and we're level at 420. Let's another traffic or pass right there. See their contrail. So again, this is all live. So that's either a pulling in real flight data and making an AI, or that's another human. That's another human flying right there. So all right. I'm seeing kind of what we can do here in terms of, yeah, that's pretty good. Looks like the engines are going to stabilize right at about, yeah, I think that's pretty good for fuel. I mean, we're full on board. We're very light too. So I've only brought my bestest friends with me on this flight. So the plane is very light right now. That's one of the reasons why on takeoff there it was a little, the wind really affected it on takeoff because it's really light. So we are, I think we're good at Mach 0.87. That's amazing. 42,000 feet. Seems like we're pretty stable here. I don't want to really push red line. Never exceed speed too much, so I think we'll just go ahead and stay at Mach 0.870. Looks like we probably could push it to 8.8, 8.9, maybe even Mach 0.9. Unfortunately, we've got a headwind here for a component of the headwind. The jet stream up here is affecting us. We've got the left crosswind at 55, 56 knots. Wow, that is just... that is stunning. Take a screenshot, maybe post some stuff on the Bluebird Twitter. So we're coming up here now onto the corner of France, looks like. The islands that are up there on the corner of France. So we are way up here. Not very often that you see people flying at 42,000 feet. Looks like we got some weather out there. Look at those tops. Those tops are almost 30, 35, 40,000 feet. Got some high weather over there. It's going to be interesting because this is, like I said, I haven't... We're going for an achievement here. This is an Xbox achievement in Microsoft Flight Simulator, which is to fly from Bordeaux, France to Seattle, Washington. So that's what we're actually doing. We're also doing a test to see about the stability of Microsoft Flight Simulator, because it does crash quite often. And it's because the reason why it crashes is because the cache fills up, whether it be online or the actual Xbox itself. So I kind of thought with live weather and stuff, it would be, that might push it, but we're going to be up high where we're not going to have a lot of modeling for, you know, the scenery and stuff, right? Just really the weather. So there is the higher possibility, which would suck, but there's a pretty high possibility that on final, as the airport and the city and stuff loads up, that's where it crashes, right? When the high graphics start loading in. But if anything, it's going to be a beautiful flight. Again, I'm going to be here all day during this is my first ever all day live stream. All day meaning basically however long this flight sim stays active, as long as it doesn't crash. Again, you can see my pinned comment there at the top of chat. I will be, every top of the hour, I will be taking a 15-minute break to stretch, get some more coffee or something like that. Speaking of coffee, since we're up here nice and stable. All right, let's go ahead and get in the cockpit here. We can probably do some things here. See what's on. This is, so we'll go ahead and turn off our landing lights. And yeah, everything's looking good. Come over here, and the seatbelt sign is off, so there we go. So they can move about the cabin. Everything is looking good for us here in the front seat. We are stable at Mach 0.87. We are on course, on altitude. Everything is good. Oh, can you buy a Xbox cheaper with the gift card? Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know necessarily what you mean by buy it cheaper with the gift card. I mean, it's a $50 gift card, so you know, I even looked up like Amazon gift card, but that's the same thing. It's in the region, so that's why I was like, well, I'm an Xbox gamer, so I'm gonna go ahead and go back to Xbox. So yeah, I would think you might be able to buy from the Microsoft store, online store, perhaps with the code. Maybe I haven't researched that, so that would be something very interesting to look at. So I bought my Xboxes on Amazon, not through the Microsoft store. So yep, that would be something that would probably need to be Googled. Oh my, Googled. So, all right, stable up here. Let's go ahead and, so like I said, this will be that's our brake view, but we got APU view. There we go. That's like one of my favorite views, like in real life. Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah, that would be. Yeah, that would be cool. So, yeah, I don't know. But like I said, wherever you are in the world, the code would be yours. And then, I'm sure that it has, probably you got to use it within maybe it's forever, or maybe you got to use it within, usually a lot of times those codes you got to use within like a year or 18 months. So it gives you plenty of time, obviously, to figure it out, right? So, but it's just limitations of, it's very funny because when, like part of the reason why there are those limitations on regions, like where I can buy a U.S. Xbox gift code and I can gift the code to anybody, but you can't use it in, let's say the UK, right? Or you can't use it in Germany or anything like that. The main reason actually is because of all of the different tax laws per country. That's why, right? Because if I bought, a gift code and I bought something out of, let's say, Germany, then I would need to actually, we would need to actually follow the German tax rules. right? And that obviously gets befuddled when we're maybe not Germans, right? So that's why it's actually the tax codes for the countries. This makes it so difficult for Xbox. That's why, or any company, and that's why then they say, hey, if you're a U.S. citizen, then you buy, for us at Xbox, it's so much easier for all the taxes. For if you're a U.S. citizen, you buy U.S. If you're, British citizen, you buy in the U.K. If you're German, you buy, and that's how basically it works. So, but yeah, so but I like this view right here. That's pretty cool. So, all right, let's just go ahead and make sure that everything is looking good here. And actually, like I said, I just like this view because you're actually kind of looking right down the nose. So I like setting up this custom view here. We're 35 miles out from our next. So where I'm looking at, so you look right here, you can see that we got a ground speed of 494 knots, true airspeed of just over 500 knots. The wind's coming 245, so it's coming from our left at 56 knots. So we've got a component of a headwind because of that. This is showing us basically we are on lateral navigation, so we're following the magenta line here. That is, so you can, if we actually come back here, if I put it onto plan, and then if I zoom out, so this is showing now kind of like a top view of our plan, putting our next waypoint right in the middle. So the next waypoint is this R0, so Romeo Oscar 18. So there's us as we fly in. So this is kind of showing the plan. If I zoom out even further, so now there's 320 mile range. So this circle is 80 miles. That circle's 160 miles from the next waypoint. So that's what that is. And then it shows you up here the next waypoint, heading 324, and how far it is, 24 nautical miles. And this is basically then the time at which we're going to actually, I think, cross over that, I think. Or maybe this is the time that we arrive local time in Seattle. Not really sure. So that's the information that I look at. And then I just make sure that everything is stable, glance over to the engines. They're all stable at about 70%. So everything's looking real good in the neighborhood. So, yeah. Nope, it is not on. It is a dedicated Microsoft product. So Microsoft Flight Simulator is only available on the PC and on the Xbox. So Xbox Series S or Xbox Series X or PC. It is not available on PlayStation. So yeah, right? No. X-Plane 12 is now out on the PC. I wouldn't be too surprised if they even tried to, maybe hit the console market. Don't know if they would actually want to come and compete directly with Microsoft or with Xbox, but they might do something with PlayStation. And it's a beautiful flight sim too. So got some neat clouds right down here. Again, this is live weather, so the weather will change on us as we go. This is not a custom set weather. This is live weather, live AI tracking airplanes. So Flight Sim is really cool. It's actually pretty interesting. If you go like on Flight Tracker, the in real life flight tracker, and you go to a region, go to like LA or San Francisco or wherever, it doesn't matter. But you go there and get real data of real flights, and then go into Microsoft Flight Simulator. And if you have the real AI data turned on, which I do for this flight, you can actually then see that the flight sim makes then AI flights based on the real data. So you'll see, like, if it's American Airlines flight, 520 into San Francisco, and it's usually maybe about a 10, 15, 20 minute lag. So if you see it land in San Francisco in real life on Flight Tracker on your computer, Give it 10-15 minutes, and then you'll see that same airplane coming into San Francisco in the flight simulator, because it's pulling in that data. And that right there is amazing. And then of course you can also the other players, right? The other humans in the game. So we just passed over our R018, made a little bit of a turn. Now we're going to Ensign waypoint here, so we're getting on target for that. Speed looks good, altitude looks good, so look at that. Look. God, this never gets old. All right, so I would think that we are now coming up to the, this is the English Channel coast of France. So basically is down here is, you know, Omaha Beach, you know, on the coast of Normandy and all that kind of stuff. That's where we're passing over right now. And we'll cross the English Channel then, and then we should be coming up onto England. Putting terrain on, I don't think matters. I don't know if I really want to, but I'm going to go hit terrain, see what happens. Make the Xbox load more. This might not, like I said, this might not be good. I guess I could come over here to Sky Vector, and I could make a little flight plan. We left Bordeaux. We left Bordeaux there at Lima Foxtrot Bravo Delta, and we are flying non-stop to Seattle, Washington. Kilo Sierra Echo Alpha. Trying to do this Xbox achievement, and when you look at the great circle routes, yes, we go right over, we go up and over, I think. So yeah, we're going to be crossing over just the southwestern tip of England. So yes, this is now not necessarily really the English Channel, because we're just gonna skirt kind of right across the tip of England, like over by, I think we should be able to see maybe like Land's End. That's cool. And Culdros. I've been to England many times, and I've never been here though. Kind of like the little boot that sticks off of England. And then we'll fly over basically the southwest corner of Ireland, and then out over the Atlantic. The next time we make landfall will be over Greenland. Also, part of the reasons why I like this flight to do this is because during the day, it's because you're following the sun. So it's a day flight, right? And so we left in the morning, and we're basically going to arrive in the morning. So, so of course we just went through the time change too in real world. So that's interesting. So here in the States, we just fell back 1 hour this morning, early this morning. So it is now 9:51 here, U.S. Eastern time, because like I said, we here here in South Carolina, for those of you. South Carolina is where I am at. Everything is looking good. Plane is stable. There it is. There's our in number. November 36 uniform. Mike, Mike. So we got 100 miles to go. I'm going to keep monitoring here because we are just about 9 minutes from the, from the top of the hour. At which point I will take my first in real life break here for this flight. I want to make sure that auto is doing good. You know, I can probably find some of these waypoints. So we're about to pass Ensign. Let me see if I can find that on Ensign. Yep. Ensign is literally right on the next waypoint there. Ensign is the very tip of England. Or just past the tip of England, so we won't really see. And then the next Bogme. So the next waypoint after that, which is Bogme, is then the Irish Channel between, yep, like midway. Very cool. So we can actually, I can kind of find out where we're at based on our waypoint. So that right there is amazing. All right. Nice view out the front. Make sure everything is looking good. Here we are, just France is back over there. England is probably out over those clouds right there at about 2 o'clock. The very tip of England is just above the cockpit here. And then we are heading, Great Circle Route is absolutely amazing to, you know, to learn about, you know, how we are actually flying. I mean, we're basically heading north. You know, we're not going over the Arctic. I have actually been almost on a Great Circle Route, almost very, very close to the North Pole, and like literally like going over the top of the world, which in itself right there is amazing. And so, hey, if you're into this kind of stuff, if you're into exploring and all of this, you know, think about Microsoft Flight Sim and exploring parts of the world that are, you know, some of the big macro stuff, like the poles, right? The high point, like, you know, taking a glider and slope soaring around Everest. So those are some amazing things to think about that you can experience in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Looking good here. We are, like I said, just climbing up, or not climbing up. We have climbed up flight level 420. We've already seen some other traffic on our flight. We've crossed over, but nobody is on our, it looks like nobody's with us. So that's what's interesting. You never know. It could be intercepted by jet fighters, other players or whatever that are in jet fighters. That would be pretty interesting. So yeah, coming up here. Autos, everything's looking really good. Let's go ahead and take a look at fuel situation. Fuel looks good. Power engines are back to 63% in one, so since we're up here at altitude, we really conserve fuel way up here at altitude. We're going fast, so we're almost 500 knots over the ground, which is what, 600 miles an hour. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Oh yeah. I'm sorry, action applause. I didn't see that, but that's make sure it's on the recording here so you know that I saw it. That's pretty funny. I like that. That's really good. It sounds like something I would say. Well, you go enjoy your sobbing and disappointment. All right, let's see here. Let's come down. I'm going to set this view right here. All right, so there's our new view so we can see all of the data here. So we're 62 miles away. So if you are following along here, we are looking at right here. You can get all the information of basically where we're at. You can then look up if you would care to look up on like Sky Vector, the waypoints and where we're at in the world. I'm going to go ahead and turn off terrain. There's no reason to have it on at 42,000 feet. So this waypoint right here that we are 60 miles away from is the very, very southwestern tip of England. And then Ledgo here is the coast of Ireland. So we are 60 miles out. You can see all of our other information, ground speed, true airspeed, the wind. We've got quite a bit of a wind here up here in the jet stream, and yeah, we do have a headwind that's actually kind of hurting us, but we'll see what happens once we make the turn over, you know, basically past Greenland and start heading south. Maybe we'll get a little bit then of a tailwind. We'll see what happens. And yeah, everything's looking good. So now you got that view there. And as I have mentioned, because we're coming up on the first 15-minute break, because this is going to be an all-day live stream, I want to make sure that I'm good and healthy here, sitting for all day, or as long as the Xbox and Microsoft Flight Simulator doesn't crash. So we are coming up here onto our first in real life break, and what that is this view right here. Right here. This is the brake view, passenger view, looking at both engines here as we just fly along. It's a cool view right there. And so I will take then a 15-minute break at the top of every hour. And when I take a break like this, I will also turn off my camera. So you will not see my camera. So it'll look like this right there. I will turn off my camera, and I'll also put on music for 15 minutes. So top of every hour for 15 minutes. So 15 past the hour, then I will come back in and continue to be here for chat. So that's what I am going to do. And yeah, we're just coming up here on our first break. So enjoy our first break as we are stable here at flight level 420, heading over the southwestern tips and coasts of England and Ireland. So I will be back in 15 minutes, so enjoy the view. I'll see you in just a bit. All right, back here. Let's go ahead and take a look. So yeah, we are just passed over the southwestern tip of Ireland. Now we are heading out to the North Atlantic Sea. Straight ahead out there is Greenland, so we will be passing right over. Oh, we've got traffic right here. Traffic alert. Again, we have live weather, live traffic, and live players on. Look at that. That is amazing. We are heading off again. Live weather, so as you can see, we've now got this pretty much high overcast now as we are proceeding over the North Atlantic to Greenland. Just coming through our first break. Like I said, what I will be doing here is that every top of the hour, for 15 minutes past the hour, I will be taking an in real life break so I can get some more drinks, take a stretch break, and all of that kind of stuff, because this is my first ever all day live stream. So, yeah, we have now pretty much left the civilization. Closest thing that we will get to about halfway over the North Atlantic here is way out over there is Iceland. But right now we are heading toward Greenland right now, and our next fix is 531 Oscar November coming up here in 100 miles. But I'm not even quite sure what the next fix would actually be. So let me see if I can actually, we're just on a 5, let's see if I can go ahead and, let's see, 531 Oscar November. So that one does not come up, and then we've got, let's look at our smart box down here. See if we can figure out. So we got Netkey, if that is Netkey. Yep, Netkey is there. So Netkey is, we're in one of the channels, basically they've got it sectioned up to go across. They've basically got a bunch of lanes. So, but yeah, we won't get to until we start seeing a waypoint, perhaps something like Subud, Nutka, some Inban or something like that, when we're actually over the kayak, perhaps waypoints like that. Actually, this might be one. Zaluska. So we'll see what pops up here in the next. Well, we've got quite a ways to go here before anything really pops up here. So we can talk about. The weather's kind of clearing up. We can see through those clouds. Nothing to see down there except for maybe boats, something like that. So yeah, my first all-day live stream, and of course coming out here next week is the 40th anniversary of Microsoft Flight Simulator, which will give us some new airplanes that I'm excited for. We're getting the de Havilland Beaver, which looks great. We're getting the Spruce Goose, which will be fun because the Spruce Goose only flew once, and so now we can actually fly it. I think its actual designation was the Hercules, but most of us all know it as the Spruce Goose. We're getting, I think, another airliner. think we're getting the Spirit of St. Louis, so we can recreate the flight that Lindbergh did. So, but yeah, we're getting some good airplanes here on the 40th anniversary that I'm looking forward to. I think we're actually getting the Wright Flyer, so you can actually fly the Wright brothers' first plane. I'm not really sure what else. Can't really remember. You know what I'm looking forward to the de Havilland Beaver, because then I can actually, with my YouTube shorts, I could actually make some correlation between my other sim that I play a lot, which is Way of the Hunter. So I can make like little, you know, YouTube shorts where we fly in, and because it looks like it carries like a canoe, it really looks like it's going out into the bush, and so we can make some, you know, where we're flying out into the back country, going to go do some hunting. Yeah, I'm trying to think about what else we were getting that like I said, the de Havilland Beaver. I guess I could look up here while we're chatting. So let's see here. For the let's see. So they are reporting here Spruce Goose, which I already talked about. We're getting helicopters. We're getting a couple more gliders. Oh, the DC-3. Yes, it is definitely, that was high on my list as the DC-3, because that is Aunt Cindy, your favorite aunt's favorite airplane, and also one of my favorite pilot tubers. That's what I call YouTubers who are also pilots and basically make aviation theme like myself, but I'm a flight sim tuber, I guess, is Dan Grider, and he has, so I guess we are now, yeah, we're going, no, the way that we're going, this is Ireland. Welcome to Ireland. So we're not cutting across, we're much further on a track than what I have on Sky Vector. So yep, there's Ireland below us, so that's amazing. Again, I can't actually put the official track of us, is not letting me do that, but since we are Netkey, so we're north of my line, so yeah, we're passing over the southwestern corner of Ireland, and there is Ireland. That is that's amazing. But yeah, the DC-3 is Aunt Cindy's. Here, let's go ahead and let's see, what view do we want here, huh? We can just kind of look down and see the scenery. There we go, that's pretty good. So this is like I said, cutting across the southwestern part of Ireland. Almost, yeah, bottom, kind of one third of Ireland here. But yeah, the DC-3, and then Dan Grider has a DC-3, and there's some other pilot tubers that got DC-3 videos, and so that DC-3, she's kind of like the Beech 18, which we already got in Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's very interesting because there was a couple months back, there was two crashes within a week that were down down south in Latin America and stuff like that. Yeah, one in Colombia, one maybe in Argentina. I can't really remember where they were at. Maybe Mexico and Colombia or something like that. But you really have got to get the tail up on takeoff, and then keep it up on landing to keep your rudder up in the airstream, so you've got good rudder authority. So I'm looking forward to flying that and really kind of getting a sense of that. But plus, I'm just looking forward to an older airliner. You know, I really like the steam gauges, and I like flying VOR and ADF and NDBs and stuff like that, rather than all this glass cockpit. I know the glass cockpit's the way of the future with GPS and all that kind of stuff, and I know they're phasing out, you know, that traditional VOR navigation and the steam gauges and all that kind of stuff. But I just really, really like kind of the old school, and part of the reason is because that's what I learned to fly with. So I just like that. It's more of a challenge. The navigation part. Navigation is kind of going out of the way, and you know, it's another thing. It's like Aunt Cindy and I, we take, you know, trips. We got a little camper, and I really like to drive, and we've got paper maps still, and we like to just kind of pick a route and go. And so I like that kind of old orienteering, like I used to do in Scouts. So here we are passing over Ireland. Yeah, looking just again, it's just amazing, the graphics and stuff. I mean, here we are on a gaming console at 42,000 feet looking down at Ireland. Let's go ahead and jump in and see what waypoint. 5-3. That's not a waypoint that I've got here on the high altitude charts, but I think I can kind of figure out where I see where we're at. Yeah, we just cut right across. There's the famous Shannon. Might be one. I'm looking over here at Sky Vector, and so if I turn on, see here, right here is what I'm looking at. Sky Vector, Shannon right here. This is very interesting, so you can kind of see what I'm looking at in terms of our flight path. You can see that we're just passing over Ireland. We got a long way to go. But the reason why Shannon is interesting is because if you listen to the space shuttle, if you listen to the most recent, you know, Crew Dragon launches, you will hear them acknowledge, right? You know, Roger Shannon, and because that is a waypoint and stuff on launches and stuff for them going to launch. So they're basically launching kind of the opposite what we're doing here. Our flight path, we're going this way, and launches are going this way, and so as they go through, they're acknowledging their waypoints, and they're acknowledging. Back in the day, there was also, then you would have communications station there, right? So yeah, it's pretty cool. So even Shannon there, even though it's used in aviation, it's also used in aerospace, which is another topic that we can then talk about too, is because, you know, in the future we are now back. Oh yeah, you can see the white caps down there in the water. That's cool. So I'm aerospace. I'm an aerospace guy. So I like aviation. I do like space, and now we've got, you know, some games coming out here on the Xbox next year. Starfield. Yeah, I know that's more of a kind of a shooter, explorer, and all that. Not really a sim, but at some point, Kerbal Space Program, 2, will be coming out on the Xbox, and it'll probably be later because it's coming out in early access in February on the PC. I'm not sure if I'll play it on the PC or just wait until it really comes on the Xbox. But I played Kerbal Space. I have Kerbal Space Program, the first one, on the Xbox, and it's amazing. But I flew it so much that I decided not to have it in my, you know, live stream thing. So. But I will add Kerbal Space Program 2 to my channel and to my live streams. So look at us. So there is I am going to go ahead and let's see here. Do something like that. Like I said, I am posting on Twitter as we are flying here. But there we go. Say goodbye to Ireland, and now we are heading to Greenland. That's amazing. All right, looks like we're in a little bit of a turn. Let's go ahead and just check. Yep, we're coming up. We are making a turn here. Heading out over the North Atlantic. The headwind is getting, the wind's dying down, but the headwind is getting more right on our nose. All right, we're coming now. We're heading straight out to Netki. Let me go ahead and grab that. Let me go ahead and post it here. We're an hour and a half into probably about a 10-hour flight. Very cool. This is amazing. All right, on our way. But yeah, so yeah, I will be adding some other games, simulators, and again, I don't live stream anymore the hunting ones just because it didn't get a lot of, it didn't seem like it was very interesting, and I want to really focus on the flying. But I'll still add YouTube shorts with the hunting because it just kind of makes, sense. I really like the YouTube shorts format. I never really liked TikTok as a platform. So when YouTube shorts came along, I was like, oh, yeah. Plus YouTube is just it's a search engine because owned by Google. So it's a search engine, it's videos, it's short format. Now that I have the community tab, so I can now, add things in the community tab. So now it's a messaging board. So yeah, I'm having a great time with YouTube. So right now it's just a hobby. So subscribe if you haven't. Click that like button if you do. Come join me and chat in a future live stream. But yeah, right now it's just a hobby. So I'm really enjoying it. I'm really enjoying learning stuff like that. So. All right, post our position here on the Bluebird, Twitter. Everything's looking real healthy here in the live stream, so I like it. Go ahead and jump in the cockpit, see how we're doing. So we're 160 miles from Netki. Netki is out over here, so looking good. That's the channel that we will be in, and I'm not sure what will actually be our next fix after that. Well, we can look down here in the computer. 5820N, and I don't think those are on the high altitude charts. But here is H6025. Let's see what that is. Oh, okay, so those are, now you learn something every day. The word north, so here is H Hotel 6030, and we're gonna go H6025. So if I just kind of extrapolate, here's H5930. So you can kind of see that there's waypoints right along this line of longitude. So we're going just right. Okay, so I see where we're at. And then 6335 north, or November. All right, now I'm kind of understanding now. I think. Let's see if this shows up. So, of course, we got a long way to go. Let's see, 6025. See, that's no. Let's see, 6335 November. That's right there. So, was it on the low? No, it's not on the low. So yeah, we are just out over the water. Again, not much is going to happen here until we go, what, about 1,600 miles here or so. A little bit of our speed, but it's just kind of fluctuating there, but everything is still looking real stable. Again, the purpose here of this flight is we are flying from Bordeaux, France, non-stop to Seattle. From what my understanding is, there is actually speeding up the simulator rate, but we are going to fly this real time. So this is going to be probably, like I said, 10-hour flight, 11-hour flight, something like that. Don't really know. So according to, see, if I put in 500, the flight level 420, this is telling me just about 10 hours at almost 4,500 miles total flight. Woo. Looking here at Sky Vector, see what we've yeah, it's fascinating. We come right over Greenland, and then we drop. I don't even know where this is. I mean, it's part of like maybe Saskatchewan or something for Canada. Then we drop in northern, like, Alberta, just skirt and go. I know we go over Vancouver, Canada on the approach. That's our standard arrival. Yeah, it's going to be. I'm going to bring up also Google Maps. Because I am not familiar with Greenland. So it's the Inuit land. Very interesting. Like the island lands that are north of Newfoundland and all that we're going to be crossing over. Yeah, they're like Inuit, native lands. Interesting. Then we cross over Hudson Bay, and then northern part of Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and then into British Columbia, then down in Seattle. Wow, that's fascinating. Just flying along here, enjoying the view. November 3-6 uniform. Mike here. Our Boeing 747 is just cruising at flight level 420 at Mach 0.86 at Mach 0.870. Flight level 420, 42,000 feet. We're on lateral navigation, but we are controlling the speed and altitude. We are at 42,000 feet. Ground speed is just about 500 knots, 489 knots, but we've got a component of a headwind that's hurting us a little bit here. So, but still, 400. That's still close to 600 miles an hour. So. And fuel looks good. Engines are about 65%, so that's a good, even in general aviation, that's a good route to, or good power setting, 65% power. And there's 3-6 uniform Mike, our 747 in the green Xbox Flight Simulator livery. A lot of the airplanes have either a blue or a green livery for Microsoft Flight Simulators. Pretty fun. The base game, or the base airplanes. Everything is looking real good here. Of course, we've got that view. That is our, but we can go into. Might need to, at some point, check out this right here. So this is drone view, which is, again, fascinating to play around with. All right, 100 miles from Netke waypoint, and then next waypoint is going to be way out, like probably a couple hundred miles. So then like 200 miles, but then we've got couple hours here before we make the coast of Greenland. And let's go ahead and just zero out our heading bug. Let's do some cleanup here just in case. Again, I don't really fly too often the airliners. I mean, they're fun. I have to admit, they're fun. And especially if you want to, you know, if you're a youngin', and with this pilot shortage that we've got in real life, if you're interested in becoming an airline pilot, military pilot, any pilot, go out there and buy yourself an Xbox. Get Microsoft Flight Sim. I mean, you can go crazy if you want to do a PC and all that. Please go do that. But if you're just curious and all that, and if you already have an Xbox Series S or an Xbox Series X, and you have Game Pass, this is on Game Pass, so you can fly. 747's in there. The Airbus 320's in there. You can start learning procedures. You can start learning just basic flying and all this. Especially, like I said, if you like the airlines. I really like general aviation, so, but I like airplanes, so it doesn't really matter. whether I'm flying big O heavy like this, or my favorite, one of my favorites on there is the Savage Cub that we've got here in Microsoft Flight Simulator, and that was in my intro. So everything is. There's another pilot tuber out there called Airnaut. I subscribe to the channel, and it's interesting. And the titles that they put on their channel is like, oh, excuse me, what do they call it? Like, relaxing sounds of jet flying. But we are just over the North Atlantic here. Like I said, it'll be a couple hours. It'll probably be about 3 hours or so, 4 hours in the flight before we actually get to any other land. It's not, I don't have live time on. I started the flight at like 9 a.m. out of Bordeaux, so we're doing a day flight, but all, again, live players, live AI traffic, and also live weather. So the weather will be changing on us as we're doing the flying. You can already see that it has changed as we continue to track to the northwest. First we went up the West Atlantic coast of France, then over the southwestern tips of UK and Ireland, and now we're just heading out over the North Atlantic, heading to Greenland here. Done this flight many times, like this exact flight. Actually, not this one. The closest I probably come would be England out of, Paris into St. Louis back in the day with TWA. That was probably the closest I've actually done this actual flight. I've flown into Seattle and so on, but not internationally. So this route here, it's going to be interesting once we get over, over Greenland, and then we start, coming down, seeing what the scenery's like over northern, Manitoba and Saskatchewan, Alberta, British Columbia, then into Seattle. So right now, all we've got down here is live weather, clouds, and ocean. You can actually see the ocean and the whitecaps down there, which that right there in itself is amazing. All right, let's just go ahead and do a check here, see how Otto is doing. Otto is our German co-pilot, our autopilot. Everything's looking good, engines look good, still at about 65-66% power. We're coming up on Netkey here, which is about a fifth of the way from Ireland to Greenland. We're still tracking at about 489 knots, 500 knots true airspeed. But we've got a component of a headwind. We would be well over 500 knots and well over 600 miles an hour ground speed if we didn't have this true wind. But that's typically how the wind is here. So when we get up real high, get efficient in our engines, we're at Mach 0.870. So, but everything is looking good. I have already gone ahead and filed our IFR flight plan is to go ahead and runway 16 left into Seattle. So everything's already pre-programmed into the flight management system down there. We're in lateral navigation, so Otto is taking the commands from the flight management computer for left and right. We through the autopilot are controlling altitude and speed. So yeah, good check. Like what we see. Let's go ahead and go back out. Of course, we need to look and watch for, we've already seen like 3 other airplanes up here. The interesting thing is, what we're doing is that, if there was another person on, I guess it would be almost like stream sniping. But, another player could actually see where we're at. They could load in at Netkey, the waypoint right there. You can see, right, I'm looking right here, Netkey. They could load in at Netkey, come find us. But we've already seen 3 other, whether they were real players or whether it was real AI traffic from real world data. Who knows? But we'll need to look and see if we've got any other players doing long haul. Typically they do like 2.5, 3 hour flights that I see on YouTube. But this is a Xbox achievement that I'm going for here. If you're interested to know why I'm doing this, like I said, an Xbox achievement to fly from Bordeaux, France, which is Lima Foxtrot Bravo Delta LFBD airport, because Asobo Studios, who did the AI stuff, I guess their studios is by Bordeaux, France. to Seattle, Washington, which is where Microsoft has a office and all that in Seattle. So we are flying to Seattle International, which is Kilo Sierra Echo Alpha. So based on what I see, it's going to be about a 10-hour flight. That's why I went ahead and did real time, and it's going to take us in, all day. So I am going to be here. The only thing that I am doing, if you look, there is a tag chat message up there that at the top of the hour for 15 minutes, I will be taking an in real life break, which I will then put on a passenger view out the window and put on some music, and that way then I can go get either a snack or drinks or something like that, or stretch, because I'm an old dude. But yeah, if you're there, please come join me in chat. Ask away about Uncle Mike or flying or aerospace or anything like that, because this is my hobby, but I went to college for aerospace engineering, but I never got into the business of launching vehicles to space. Now I'm just a shareholder in companies like Virgin Galactic and SpaceX, obviously through Tesla. And but yeah, I never got into the business of sending vehicles to space. It's now just a hobby, passion. Love to see all the stuff that's going on now in the world with space flight and all of that. Got my private pilot's license in 1990, and then really stopped flying in 1992. Graduated from college in 94, and always been a flight simmer. I got on the Xbox because of my niece and nephew. That way I could chat with them, and we could, play games and chat, because they lived in a different city at the time, and then eventually a different state because we moved. That's how I went from PC flight simming and then got into Xbox gaming, and then flight sim came along here in the Xbox, and so then I was like, well, I'm just going to stay with Xbox. So my gamer tag is Uncle Mike. That's what I am. I am Uncle Mike. I am not a parent. But that's why I do flight sims. That's why I like Kerbal Space Program. I'm waiting for Kerbal Space Program 2 to come out. That's why I'm interested in Starfield. But I also like Dungeons and Dragons, RPGs, and all that kind of stuff. So I will also be playing here. I like Harry Potter, so I'll be playing that. But I won't be live streaming. My YouTube channel, yes, it's gaming, but it's mostly more kind of like simming, I guess you could say, with Flight Sim, Way of the Hunter, which is a hunting sim. Once Kerbal Space Program 2 comes out, I'll be putting that onto my channel. Oh, we must be going through a waypoint. Must be getting to net key. Yep, so we got net key. We got a little bit of a turn, looks like. Yep. Now we're heading to 5820 November, which are basically just waypoints and lanes as you cross the North Atlantic. So we've got 265 miles now to that waypoint. Still held going, just everything's looking good at Mach 0.870. Fuel is looking good. Auto's got us at flight level 420, so I like it. Everything is looking good. Let's go back out here to our view. Maybe we'll set some other view here. There we go. But yeah, you can, like I said, chat with me here. It's going to be my first all-day live stream. I won't do this too often, just because it does take some, obviously a commitment for all day. But again, got some breaks planned in and all that kind of stuff. Just amazing. This is on the Xbox, on console gaming. You're looking at this fantastic Boeing 747 model in the green Xbox Flight Sim livery, contrails and all that. That's actually why we've been able to actually identify some other traffic that we've already crossed and seen in our flight, because we can actually pick up their contrails first. You really can't see them. But I don't have name tags on. Name tags just seem to clutter the view, basically putting on people's gamer tags and name tags so you can actually identify the airplane. I've got that turned off right now. You can toggle that on and off. But we're just out over the North Atlantic, heading up toward Greenland. We're going to cross over the southern tip of Greenland here in a couple hours. Yeah, looking just beautiful. Everything is set up. This is also a test here of Microsoft Flight Simulator and the Xbox, because like I said, I've got live traffic, live players, live weather on, and we are going to be flying here for, well, we're going to be flying for a while. So there's not a lot of graphical computing power right now. I'm a little concerned that once we start to descend in and over Vancouver into Seattle, that all of the loading of the buildings and all that's where the sim's going to crash on us. So we'll see. And I'll say, if that happens to us, well, that sucks, especially because I've been live streaming all day. But then what I'll probably... Oh, we hit some type of sink or something there. We lost a couple hundred feet. Oh, the wind shifted on us big time. We had a pretty much of a component of the wind on a headwind. We had about a 45-degree crosswind, and now we've got a 90-degree crosswind. So basically, the bottom kind of just fell out there as the wind shifted. So auto had to compensate for that. Okay. Very interesting. It's also one of the reasons why I want to actually watch, and you got to maintain, just kind of, keep watching even auto, because it's not really auto that I'm concerned about. Auto is what I call the autopilot, auto, the German co-pilot. The reason why you got to maintain is because obviously the atmospheric conditions are going to change, like what just happened there. The wind shifted up on us here, which affects the airplane, which affects then what auto needs to do. So it looks like auto's got us back here. Everything is looking good. He's trying to stabilize here for us. The wind is, I think the wind's actually also kind of, not only did it die down, but it also shifted more. So now we've got a direct crosswind. So just looking to make sure here that everything looks good. Yep, everything does look good. Power will come back into about 65-66% power on the N1. 222 miles to our next waypoint, which is 5820 November. Which is just a series of longitudinal waypoints. If you look on the charts, it's just a series of longitudinal waypoints as you're on the Great Circle route over here, to just basically create different lanes. So different planes, right, with all these different lanes crossing the Atlantic. So you can see that there's another one that's Hotel 5820. So just another waypoint that we're not using, but it's there on our map, so we can actually see it. All right, so of course that actually helped us. We actually sped up too. We're at 510 knots now over the ground. Yeah. It would be nice if we can pick up the jet stream and, get it like a, 80 knot tailwind. That would be amazing. Which is pretty interesting, because like if you're flying general aviation and you're wearing oxygen, so if you're in a turbo, turbo 210, turbo 182, and you can actually get up, to 18,000 feet in oxygen, get up into the flight levels. Depending on the weather, you could actually get a general aviation up into the jet stream, and you could have a ground speed where you're at 300 knots because you're literally just up in the jet stream. That would actually be a pretty cool YouTube Shorts actually to do, because the jet stream is modeled here in Microsoft Flight Simulator, kind of. So that would be really cool to do. Is to take a 182 and be like you're on oxygen and then get up in the jet stream. Because that's usually why people get turbos and oxygen, so they can wear oxygen, they can actually then get up in the jet stream, and then really just just cruise, because literally just the wind is just pushing you. And that right there, that would be amazing. Looking real good in the neighborhood. I don't see any other contrails right now, so nobody else is really flying this route. We've now got the Dark Star from Top Gun Maverick movie. We had a free update for Maverick the movie. They gave us an F-18, they gave us Dark Star, they gave us some cool missions and stuff to do, some activities as they call them, where you get scored, and they're really neat. I'll start live streaming those here in the future. But they gave us the Dark Star, the Mach 9, Mach 10, kind of space plane, if you want, transonic, hypersonic, that was there in the beginning of Top Gun Maverick. And so a lot of people, they do, I think, that what we're trying to do here with this achievement, they do it with the Dark Star, because then you can easily fly the Dark Star at Mach 3. To get to Mach 9 and 10, there's a process you got to do about, basically descending down, turning off your basically your turbo jets, turning on your scram jets and all that kind of stuff. But just to go like Mach 3, that's just basically just kind of throttle. So I guess a lot of people do it with that. But no, I want to do my first all-day live stream, have this experience of an all-day live stream. I know people do 8, 9, 10, 24 hours, but I want to do a all-day live stream, test all of my electronicals that I've got in terms of my laptop that I stream with OBS, Xbox, Microsoft Flight Simulator. So far everything is looking good in the neighborhood. We're just flying out here. Everything's looking, like I said, looking good. We are coming up here on our second break. So with that, I am going to go ahead and go into this view, enjoy the music, and I will be back here in 15 minutes.
to see you smile again. Watch your eyes light up the room. Feel the sunny days caress our skin when we begin to flow. All the white noise fading out to the void of every.
All right, we are back here. Let's go ahead and get back in the cockpit, just make sure everything is looking good here. All right, we're coming up onto waypoint 5820 November, which is just out here in the North Atlantic between Ireland and Greenland. We're at 66 point, sometimes 6% N1. At flight level 420, Mach 0.870. Fuel's looking good, so yep. Come out here and basically we are, it doesn't look like we're chasing the sun, but we are chasing the sun here. So with the time changes and everything, the sun shouldn't actually change. We're running away from it, but we're kind of, if you want to say in celestial terms, that we're going with it, basically. So we left in the morning. We should arrive in the morning here in Seattle. So that's pretty cool. I've done flights like that where, you know, you leave when you're going this direction. You leave usually in the morning, and you arrive in, you know, depending on where you're going, you arrive in daylight. You leave in daylight. You arrive in daylight. Where a lot of times when you're going the other way, most of the flights, especially out of the United States, they leave in the afternoon, evening, you fly through the night, and then you'll arrive in the morning. So didn't really want a night flight. I wanted a day flight. So we left Bordeaux, France here at just about 9 a.m. We have been now 2 hours and 15 minutes in flight. We are over the North Atlantic between Ireland and Greenland. Maybe I'll go ahead and put that in chat. Currently over the North Atlantic between Ireland and Greenland. So just before everybody comes in the chat and sees this and all this, but one of the things that, like I said, you can look at the pinned message there in chat, is that I will also be taking 15-minute breaks at the top of the hour. This is my first ever live stream that I have done for basically all day that I will do. So this is going to be probably a 9-10 hour live stream if everything works out as planned. Should get a little bit more interesting with scenery and all that once we arrive here in a couple hours over the coast of Greenland. So it'll probably be about, if it's a 10-hour flight, it'll probably be hour 3 or so when we get to the coast of Greenland, I would think. So probably not even hour 3, maybe closer to hour 4. So because the way that the route takes us, so if I come over here and on the second monitor, and pull it up so you can see, and then here is the Great Circle route that we will be doing. So I'll go ahead and put that. So we left Bordeaux, France over here, and we are now climbing up and over, and so now we are out over here out of the North Atlantic. Here's the coast of Greenland, coming over the Inuit Island lands, coming over northern Hudson Bay, and then the Northwest Territories, northern, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, down through Alberta into Vancouver. We're actually going to be north of this line here, coming into Vancouver, and then our approach actually brings us in from the north here. So this really doesn't show our exact route that we are on. We are on a high altitude IFR route right now. So that is what we've got going on there. So not much going on right now. We did have some scenery. You can look down, you can see the West Atlantic coast of France, and then you can see as we passed over our UK and Ireland. But right now we are just got nice live weather We have live traffic, both AI traffic and also human players in here. We've crossed over a few. We've seen a couple other airplanes up here, but didn't expect really to see too many people, unless I get a player who kind of like screen snipes or something like that and comes and joins us, and you know, it's in a like a military fighter jet or something like that and decides to join on us. But looking good. Looks like the wind has died down, because we did have white caps on the water before, but now we don't have that. So let's go ahead and jump in and see what the wind. Yeah, the wind has definitely laid down here. We had a heck of a left crosswind before, and now we've got, it's died down to almost, sometimes they're almost 10 knots. So, which has really actually helped our ground speed. So we're well over now 600 knots ground speed. Or sorry, 600 miles an hour ground speed. Right now it's 510 knots ground speed. So we've picked up about 15 knots ground speed there, or 20 knots actually ground speed over here within the last hour. So doing really good. We're coming up here on 5820 November, our next waypoint, and just 23 miles here. So November 36 uniform Mike, that is the in number that I put most of my planes here. Unless I'm recreating somebody's in real life flight, then I use their in real life in number. But yeah, here the 747 is looking real good. It was a nice takeoff right out of Bordeaux, France. There was a wind there. We are actually full of fuel and really light. So again, we have taken with us just our closest friends that we have with us. We are not taking just normal passengers on our flight. So November 36 Uncle Mike here, or Uniform Mike, our Boeing 747 is very light right now. So only like 10% payload, but full of fuel, so we shouldn't have to worry too much about fuel. Beautiful contrails here, as we are just heading northwest, heading to Greenland. So fuel looks good. Oh, kayak is now on the board. So what I mean by the board is on the flight management waypoint of kayak, and kayak is off the coast of Greenland. So we've got, looks like about 700. Yeah, it looks to be about 700 miles or so before we get to Greenland. So a little over an hour before we get to the coast of Greenland, because that waypoint of kayak is right there. So we can actually, as we know we're hitting kayak, I can actually go ahead and put that. That helps us now with our track, so I can make a little bit more realistic view of our track. We also know that we're going right over Vancouver for our approach, so I'll go ahead and put that in also. And there, yeah, that's definitely our approach there. So there we go, in Sky Vector. So I get a better now understanding of our flight path. Okay, we got a little bit of a joggle here. That happens when you're crossing over the waypoints. So we're just gonna monitor auto here. Oh, I see what we're doing. Yeah, we're joggling to the north. We're actually going to Hotel 5820 waypoint. We're jogging north here about 30 miles. Gotcha. So if we actually, because we're zoomed in or zoomed out so far, if I zoom in, nope, it's not actually showing it. So, but we're going to 5820. Yep, 5820 and then 6025. So should be rolling out on our heading now. Yep, here comes the rollout. Just making sure everything is Looking good here as we're going here now to Hotel 5820 waypoint. Then we'll making a left turn again to Hotel 6025. So for some reason, just wanted us to jog over here. I'm not really quite sure why, but that is what we filed for. That's the flight path that we created here in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 on the Xbox Series X. Very interesting. And then here comes now a turn to just getting on flight path. Like to Ireland would be, not to Ireland, to Iceland would be cool too. That would be fun to do. Maybe out of like JFK or something like that. All right, auto, just stabilizing here on now. See, I'm looking down the flight management computer. Hotel 5820 waypoint is locked in. Then after that is Hotel 6025. Fuel looks good. Altitude looks good. Flight level 420. Speed is locked in at Mach point 870. We're 8 miles away from waypoint 8, our Hotel 5820. Then we'll make a left turn to Hotel 6025. We'll go ahead and stay right here. Just monitor auto as we make this waypoint change. Alright, waypoint change 6025. Here we go. Let's see here. I think 320 it looks like. I think 319. Curious to see what auto decides to do, if they're going to actually put us just right back. I think they're going to bring us, for some reason we did that joggle, now we're going to come right back. And intercept what we were on. Interesting. Take a look. Let's see if we got any other contrails that we can see. I don't see any other contrails, so we are up here all by ourselves, even though all the live traffic and everything is on up here over the North Atlantic. Well, I'm just going to continue to monitor auto here as auto goes back here and re-intercepts our flight path after leaving waypoint Hotel 5820 on the way to Hotel 6025, which is 180 miles off our nose here. Again, I've got lateral navigation set on the autopilot, which means it's taking all of our left and right, basically our heading, from the flight management computer of the flight path that we filed. We'll go ahead and center the heading bug on the heading that we're going. There we go. And now flight management computer has gone ahead and locked into Hotel 6025. Here we go. now, even though the wind has died down, at least now we've got a component. It's coming from our left quarter now, so now we've got a little bit of a tailwind, but it hasn't really helped us that much. Our ground speed right now is 515 knots, so well over 600 miles an hour over the ground. So we'll see what time it takes us to do this flight. Again, kayak is on the board, and kayak waypoint right there, that is when we're just off the coast of Greenland. The full flight today is about 4,500 miles. And the total that's listed on here, so if we come down here and look at this flight management, again, I am not don't do a lot of flight simming on the airline, so I'm not really versed in the whole flight management computer, but basically is when we get to 6025, we've gone 1296. So this is the total of the flight. So when we get to kayak, we have gone 1,769 nautical miles. When we get to kayak, it looks like. So all right, so this is just my monitor view. Everything is looking good in the neighborhood. Let's go ahead and go back outside. Again, this flight, you might be saying, why Bordeaux, France to Seattle? Because this is a achievement in Microsoft Flight Simulator to fly from basically where Asobo Studios, one of the developers, has offices in France, to Seattle, Washington, where Microsoft has offices. So it's kind of like I would say one of the longest achievements you'd have to do. So I figured, why not do my first all-day live stream to try to achieve this achievement. And it gives me an opportunity to test all of my OBS, my PC, PC over here for live streaming, Xbox, Microsoft Flight Simulator, all the live stuff. So like I said, everything is live right now. So the weather is live in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Microsoft Flight Simulator is pulling real flight data from Flight Tracker into and putting in AI airplanes, and also then we've got other players. So yep. Well, we've just got time here to just kind of look to chat. So if you are in chat, please join me in chat. Give me something to chat about. Give me somebody to chat with. If not, make sure you subscribe if you haven't. Click that like button if you do. Share and comment, please. Just makes it a lot more fun, because we are here for the community. Yeah, it's about airplanes and all that, but there's a whole nother seat right here. Actually, and then you can be in the jump seat back here if you want to. Some of the stuff is, so you can't interact with the stuff back here. So there's room for us to be up here and chat now. Not much to do except for just chat here as we just fly over the North Atlantic between Ireland and Greenland. Again, kayak is our waypoint. Once we are on the tip, the coast of Greenland, we could actually look and see what other waypoints down here is. Kayak, and then a Deva. Let's see where that's at. See if I can just search for it here on Sky Vector. There is a Deva, so I'll go ahead and put that in. After Deva is YXP. YXP is 400 miles. Ooh. See if I can find out where YXP is at. Well, it's telling me that it's right there, but it's not showing up on a world high. Oh, there it is. Yep, YXP. Gotcha. No. I've messed up my flight here, so I gotta, there we go. So yeah, we just can see exactly where we're going now. Now we're real good with the old flight path now on Sky Vector, so I can really have an idea of where we're at. We're looking good there. We'll reset the views. Get back out here and cruising along. So we go over here into Sky Vector here. Here's Sky Vector. This is in the real world here. This right over here, this is Kayak waypoint, and this is Adava over here. We just crossed right over the tip of Greenland, and then out over the Inuit Islands, and down in just north of Hudson Bay, and then over Canada, and away we go. Yeah, everything is looking good. But no other traffic out here on a Sunday. A nice Sunday flight. Again, I see so many of the flight simmers out there that do shorter flights, right? They do like I do. They do 1, 2, 3 hour flights. It's going to be probably about a 10-hour flight or something like that, based on what we're looking at right now. But we've got a nice now 520 knot ground speed, so we are making up some time there where we had a real bad wind that was hurting us coming out of France as we were really heading north up that coast. But now that we're up here, the winds died down. Things have really now helped us out. We're fast now. Yeah. Again, we're 520 knots over the ground, so what is that now, like 640 or so? So 620, something like that. So add 100 and then add, yeah, so something like that, 620, 640. Yeah, losing. A hell of some ground speed, but it'd be nice if we could get some better tailwind here as we start our southern drop. But we'll see what happens. I have a feeling that the wind actually is going to be hurting us even more once we start to drop down into the south. Once we get past Greenland, we're over the Inuit Islands. What's our waypoint here? Israel said we got 100 miles before we get to that waypoint. So 100 miles. And then we've got, after that, we've got 400 miles to 6335 November. And then 150 miles after that, Kayak. So yeah, we're somewhere around an hour out from Greenland right now. But again, keep in mind that every hour, at the top of the hour, in real life here, I will be taking an in real life break, turning off the webcam and the microphone, putting on some music, going to that view right there, and taking a break. This is my first time that I'm even attempted to do an all-day live stream. So it's going to be probably, like I said, probably 9, 10, 11 hours, depending on what the weather gives us here, as we are flying from Bordeaux, France to Seattle, Washington. Looking real good. The weather up here is really nice. We know we've got low winds, and there's really no winds below either, because like I said, when we were leaving the over there on the English channel, the Irish channel, and all that, you can actually see the whitecaps in the water, but now the wind has really died down. So just beautiful right now. We are running away from the sun. The sun's really not going to change position at all. We're basically going with it. And then with time changes and all that kind of stuff, we're going to be landing in the morning, probably, I think, also. Seattle time. That's what's really cool about doing a flight like this in this direction. Looking forward to the new stuff coming out from Microsoft Flight Sim. So I think November 11th, we're getting a big update here from Microsoft Flight Sim, where we're getting the DC-3, we're getting the new Airbus, we're getting the Spirit of St. Louis, we're getting the de Havilland Beaver, we're getting the Spruce Goose. So it looks like it's gonna be amazing. I think that comes out November 11th, so that's next week. It's too bad because we were going to the holiday season here, and I was expecting StarCraft and Hogwarts Legacy and Kerbal Space Program 2 and all that, but of course we had COVID and all that fiasco and all that pushed so many things back. So now most things are coming out like February, March time frame. So it's going to be neat. It's going to be neat in Microsoft Flight Simulator on the 40th edition to, try to recreate some of these flights. I also do hunting simulators, and so I play Way of the Hunter. You've seen that in some of my YouTube shorts. I did live stream it a couple times, but then I just decided to focus on live streams would be Microsoft Flight Simulator, but I still put them on YouTube shorts. But with the de Havilland Beaver, it looks like the way that they have made the computer model in Flight Sim is that it really looks like you're going out into the backcountry because you got stuff strapped to the floats and all of that. So, it'd be neat to make a YouTube shorts of, the Beaver on floats, landing out somewhere, then you're dropping off the hunters so they can go, go meese hunting. That'd be cool. Of course, there is another game that I'm actually waiting to come out too, and that's Call of the Wild Angler, Call of the Wild Angler, which is a fishing simulator. Right now it's on PC. I think they're just doing all that. But when it comes up, it'll be kind of fun too, because I think it might have fly fishing, but you can do the same thing, right? You can fly into the backcountry and go fishing. So that would be neat. I would like to do that, whether it be live streams or whether it be YouTube shorts. But right now I'm focusing on Microsoft Flight Simulator, mostly the aerospace stuff. And that's why I'm excited for Kerbal Space Program 2 to come out. That will be added to my YouTube channel that goes along with the theme of aerospace and so on, and simulators. I will be playing Hogwarts Legacy. I will be playing StarCraft, but I won't be live streaming those. I might make YouTube shorts from them and put them on mine, because I have, clearly I am Uncle Mike, your favorite gamer's favorite uncle. So I do want to keep it, kind of gaming, but I don't want to get too diverse. I want to, focus on, probably kind of like the simulators. I have actually tried Train Simulator too, and that was a lot of fun, but I'm just not really a train guy. So, all right, let's just take. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Let's go ahead and take a check here. All right, we're 50 miles out from waypoint H, or for Hotel 6025. Auto's got us at flight level 420, Mach point 870. We are on course, on altitude, on speed, and everything is looking good. Plane is healthy. Weather looks good out in front of us. I guess you actually could turn on weather and see what happens. Oh, okay, so there is. This is interesting. So I've never really turned on. So I haven't played around with this, so I haven't. There is some weather right out over. We're gonna make a turn here once we get. So there is some weather out here. Interesting. See what that does. There actually might be something interesting coming up here in our future. There is weather on the map here. So that is interesting. And again, this is live weather, so in all reality, we should be able to come over onto the PC and look up and actually see this weather. I can see that there's weather out there. It's pretty high. We might just skirt right over the top of it here at flight level 420. So in just a little bit, just a few minutes here, we're going to be making a little bit of a left turn if we pass our waypoint here of Hotel 6025. But yeah, you can kind of see there's some weather out there. It looks just a little different than everything else, and it's also showing some weather out over here, way out. Looking good. I thought about also flying this flight with the 787, but I wanted an airplane that if I loaded up full of fuel and made it light, could definitely do. I didn't have to worry about running out of fuel, so that's why I decided to do the 747. I have run out of fuel before. So you can actually go find, that's one of my original live streams that I did in the King Air, and I actually ran out of fuel and had to crash land live. It was a little embarrassing to my ego. But I did survive because I have crash detection on. So I have overstress and crash detection and G limits and all that. They're all on. So I was actually, according to the simulator, I survived the crash. So then I've had an engine failure in the Beechcraft Baron, because even it was surprising because the sim, on the Xbox, the failures that you can program in to really make it a neat simulator, they're bugged. Like if you program in like, hey, in 10 minutes between this time I want, like my vacuum pump to fail and all this kind of cool stuff. As soon as you program in and you start the sim, the plane is broken, so you can't do anything. It doesn't, the timers don't work like they should. So it literally just says, oh, your plane's broke. So you boot it up and your plane's broke. It doesn't matter what you set it, your plane just, you can't start it, you can't do anything. But I had an engine failure on the left engine in a Beechcraft Baron coming out of Antiquers, which is, I was recreating a flight by Valerie over, a Skyline Baron pilot who is a pilot tuber, and was going to recreate one of her flights because they deviated and shot an ILS approach. So I thought that would be a neat video to redo. Wouldn't be really long and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, coming out of Antiquers, out of Florida, their community fly-in airport left engine failed on me. So that was pretty neat. You can go find that also in the description below, because it would be really neat to get where in flight sim here on the Xbox you can program in failures and all that, so like if you're flying 747, you want an engine to fail, sometime between 30 minutes and and 50 minutes in the flight. You don't know, you just know that it's going to fail, right? Or it has a possibility, because there's even that chance. You can program in that stuff. That's pretty cool. I mean, that would really make it then a simulator, so you can practice this stuff. That's one of the things that I talk about also, is there's this Dan Grider, who was another pilot tuber. I've already talked about Dan Grider, talked about him quite a bit on my live streams and all this. But he wants to bring AQP, which is Advanced Qualification Programs, to general aviation, because the airlines, they practice scenarios where typically in general aviation we practice maneuvers, practice stalls, turns around a point, short takeoff and landings, and all this kind of stuff. Where the airlines, they practice scenarios, loss of thrust on takeoff, loss of thrust at cruise, failure of instruments, that kind of stuff. They practice scenarios. So if it does happen, right, their mindset and the human factor, they've been practicing that. And I want to do more of that also, is set up flights where you're doing scenarios. And maybe that'd be good for YouTube shorts, maybe not necessarily live streams. Oh, here we're at our fix. Here goes the left turn. Let's go ahead and monitor auto, make sure everything is looking good in the neighborhood as we make this turn here at Hotel 6035 waypoint, heading toward Greenland. We got that weather out here. But yeah, it would be actually fascinating, right, to really use Microsoft Flight Simulator as a advanced qualification program, just kind of awareness, you want to call it, awareness tool. I think that would be really, 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 amazing to be able to do. And so yeah, because right now again the failures and stuff are just, they're bugged on the Xbox here in Microsoft Flight Simulator. That would be neat to do, because just, you know, on average there's basically in the United States there's one fatal general aviation accident a day. And I've recreated some of those on my live streams. I've recreated those as videos and so on. So, you know, there's a lot of us out there who, and there's some people that do it, you know, obviously much better than I do, where they recreate, they get the live air traffic control, right, radio and stuff, and they go in and they recreate, they actually show the actual video of the accidents and stuff like that. I mean, one a day, that's just, too many. Just too many. All right, well, we made that turn at Hotel 6035. Let's just go in and check. So now we're heading to 6335 November, and then we got Kayak coming up. So Kayak, you can see, is 160 miles away right now, that ring. So if you look right here, so there's Kayak waypoint, and it's right on the 160 ring away from 6335. So we've got 300 miles to go before we get to waypoint 6335 November. So add 160, so we got 460 miles to go to Kayak. So just under an hour, and we are 10 minutes away here from our next scheduled in real life break at the top of the hour. Everything is looking good. Fuel check is looking real good. Yeah, everything, I like everything. I'm a little concerned, like I said, once we drop into once we drop into the Seattle area and all that starts loading up, that we are then going to have, maybe see if we have problems here. So, but it looks like we are going to, let's see here, if I come over here and I go to map view. So yep, we've got, let's see here, what would this be? This would be 300 miles, so 100, let's see, we're at a 320 mile range, so I guess, is this 320? Or is it all the way out 320? I don't see a line that tells me. All the way out is 320. Yep, okay, all the way out is 320. So each one is then 80. So 80, 160, 240, 320. So we've got some weather. There's that weather right there. You can see it out there. But it's going to be, as of right now, no factor for us. So auto's got us doing real good at Mach 0.870. We are on lateral navigation, taking left and right course from the flight management computer, and we are steady at flight level 420. No contrails out here. Shouldn't be too many contrails. Shouldn't be too many contrails above us at flight level 420. But now we are, there's that weather out there. That is amazing though. That's amazing just how it plumes up like that. Obviously it's, you know, you can see it really develop. Comes up, that mushroom cloud, and comes up, and just as it hits that boundary layer in the atmosphere where it just can't, you know, push the moisture any higher. That's why we're up here at flight level 420. November 3-6 uniform, Mike, looking good. Crossing over the North Atlantic. Off straight ahead, off over here is Greenland. looking good. That is cold coffee, so might as well. All right, we've had a wind shift change again. Now we've got a true tailwind, but the wind speed is not that impressive, but it did affect everything, so everything's going to settle back down here. We're still tracking a ground speed of 520 knots. We'll go ahead and get our heading bug in case we need to switch over to heading mode on auto. Right to our waypoint 6335 November. We can set up for our in real life break. I like what I see. Weather is no factor right now. There's another achievement, and I've got to figure out how to do this. There's another achievement here in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 in which you have to fly a flight that is a real flight. And I'm not really sure what that means. So if it's like one of the ones that I was talking about where it's like a live traffic AI and you got to find them and somehow, I don't know if you click on them and you can load up their flight plan. I'm not really sure. But it's basically fly a flight from real life data. So that's one of the other ones I have to fit. The other ones are like, oh, you know, fly in the rain a certain amount of hours, fly a certain amount of hours, you know, fly in the clouds or IFR a certain amount of hours, I think, stuff like that. So we'll have to figure that out sometime. Oh yeah, there's some. It's got some weather in it. It's got some yellow there. It's got some pretty powerful storms out there. But still, our track looks really good. Looks weather clear. Would be nice if we can pick up a real nice tailwind. Just get flying. That would be cool to do. All right, we are coming up here on our next in real life break at the top of the hour in just a few minutes. Everything's looking good. Auto is tracking our next waypoint, 6335 November, at 240 miles away. Again, weather is no factor, so it looks like I'm pretty safe here going on break. Auto's got us at Mach 0.870 at flight level 420. Auto navigation is tracking our next waypoint, 6335 November. I like it. We are 3 hours into the flight. In less than an hour, we'll be crossing over the eastern coast of Greenland. So definitely want to be there for that. That's the kayak waypoint. Engines are basically at 65% power. Like what I see, everything is, the airplane is healthy. Passengers are out there enjoying themselves in the back, drinking their drinks, eating their food, watching their movies. We are just about to go on our next break. I'm gonna go ahead and post that in chat. There we go. All right. So I will be back. All right, we are back here. Let's go ahead and check everything. All right, speed on point, Mach point 870. Got some weather out here. It looks like we're gonna be skirting that just to the left nose. We got some weather out here at within 40 miles out over there, but everything is not too concerned about it. So we're gonna be going right by this weather that's off at about 11 o'clock. Here we'll monitor that. We're at flight level 420, so I think we'll be above most weather, unless it's really, really potent weather. Then we might actually need to be concerned about it. But if you are just joining, welcome to the all-day live stream as we are flying from Bordeaux, France. That is Bordeaux Airport. That is Lima Foxtrot Bravo Delta, where Asobo Studios, who was one of the developers here on Microsoft Flight Simulator, had an office in that area. So there's an achievement to fly from Bordeaux, France to Seattle, Washington, USA, and that airport is Kilo Sierra Echo Alpha. And so we have been flying here for just over 3 hours. Imagine it's going to be about a 10-hour flight or something like that. As you can see, we are heading north here. Sun's getting a little bit lower on the horizon just because we are heading north here. But we've got live weather on. We've got live traffic, live players. So we've got some weather here so we can come up. This is now at least making it somewhat interesting. Let's go ahead and go to an 80-mile range here. But we're coming up on our next waypoint in 80 miles, which is 6335 November, which is basically just these waypoints that are on the chart as you cross to make basically lanes, airway lanes across the Atlantic because of the great circle routes that we are doing. If you come over here into flight vector and turn it on, we are basically coming up on 6335 November, which is out over here. And what we're really coming up here is onto Kayak. This is Kayak waypoint, which will be the next year after 6335 November, where we'll make the eastern coast then of the Greenland. So this is where we're at right now. Again, I am on the Xbox Series X. What I just showed you there on the second screen, that was Sky Vector. That is in real life flight planning and tool, really mainly for the United States. Yeah, at least it gives us an idea of where we're at in terms of real space here as we are doing our all-day flight from Bordeaux, France to Seattle, Washington, USA. Like I said, we've been in the air here for 3 hours and 15 minutes. Every 45 minutes, so at the top of the hour, for 15 minutes, I take an in-real-life break just because I'm an old guy. So I need to stretch, drink, eat, break, kind of snack break, all that kind of good stuff. And so I'm just looking at auto here, just making sure. Let's go ahead and go through because we just came back from break, so everything is looking good. We're at Mach point 870 at flight level 420, so auto's got us there. Fuel is looking really good. I'm not too concerned at all about that. We're on lateral navigation, so auto is taking all of the left and right navigation from Mama Computer, which is the flight plan that we already have programmed in before we took off. And it looks like we're getting some weather straight ahead of us here. We can monitor that. I've got weather turned on there in the multifunctional display. So we might get into some weather, some turbulence here as we are approaching the coast of Greenland. Out over there at our 10-11 o'clock, got some fairly bad weather. So we might have to go on to heading mode. So I'm going to go ahead and bug up heading mode, make sure it is right at what we are doing, because we might need to deviate here for weather. I won't deviate for green, but for yellow and red, all that in the weather, depending on its altitude. So it might actually be below us. So we'll just need to continue to monitor that. Didn't really expect much weather here. I knew it could always be a concern, but didn't really expect it to to happen. So we can go ahead and range on out. It doesn't look too bad once we go to 160 miles. But yeah, there's definitely some rain out over there, way out. So good morning. Crew came back. Crew? Ha! Aunt Sandy, would you close the door? Thank you. Thank you. You know, you gotta close the crew cabin door, you know? Don't want any of those terrorists getting in. Whew. It's interesting that there's weather here on the flight sim that we're seeing here at 10, 11 o'clock, because here in South Carolina, it is a nasty day. It's a nasty Sunday out right now in the real world. Once we pass this waypoint coming up here in 45 miles, which is 6335 November, then we should start to see kayak show up, because kayak is about 160 miles or so beyond this waypoint, 150 miles, so we should see that pop up here in just a little bit. And kayak is, again, just off the coast of Greenland, so that really is, kayak waypoint will be our waypoint once we reach actually Greenland. Then we'll cross over Greenland for a couple hundred miles, and we'll get back over where it'll be between basically, you know, Arctic Sea and some land. So I'm anxious to see what the scenery looks like as we pass over Greenland and all that. Got mountains poking up through the, you know, the snow, or with all the snow covered. So wind looks good. We got very low winds up here. They are at our tail. So that's good. When we took off from France, we had a heavy component of a headwind. It was a crosswind, but it was like 50 knots. So the takeoff was very interesting. It really pushed us around because we're actually quite light. We have almost no passengers in here. This is like a private flight. So very little payload. Full of fuel though, so we can definitely make the flight. All right, we're only 30 miles out here from this waypoint of 6335 November. Go ahead, come out here and take a look. Again, we're getting north here, so even though we're in the middle of the day, we're actually not even really middle of the day, we're early in the day, local time. Sun is low because of the time of year, and also because we are way far north. Just neat scenery though, and there's our weather. It looks like we are well above it. We sit in our contrail there. All right, 23 miles before we get to 6335 November, the waypoint. Again, kayak should be showing up here on our multifunctional display here real soon. Trying to get an idea of what is probably when we get to YXP. That's roughly about halfway. There is a roughly halfway. We get to the Yankee X-ray Papa waypoint, and we have definitely gone halfway. And I know that that's on there because if we look down here, it's right there. Yankee X-ray Papa, that waypoint right there. That is at, looks like 2,422 nautical miles into the flight, but our flight is, so we know we at least gone halfway once we got past that. But looking good. I really don't see. Let's go ahead and just check here. Yeah, I really don't see any major rain. Oh, kayak. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Didn't want to do that. Kayak is coming on the board right there. So there's kayak waypoint. It's on the board on the multifunctional display. I hit the stick. Hit the stick. So I move the control surface just a little bit, but auto will correct back for us. Definitely does look like weather though, especially out over there. But we're going to actually be making a little bit of a right turn here as we go toward kayak. Comes our right turn. Just go ahead and monitor that as we make this turn. There's kayak on the board at 153 miles. And then we are over Greenland, but so many times that I've actually flown a route like this where you go over Greenland, you just can't see Greenland. It's covered in clouds sometimes. But we'll see how this turns out for this flight. It'd be nice if it cleared up. It'd be beautiful, blue skies, and no clouds. You could just see all the snow and ice and glaciers and mountains and all that. But we'll see what we get here. We shall see what we get. So we're only about, what is that? Maybe about 15 minutes or so from that coast, 150 miles. If we're doing roughly 600 miles an hour. So doing 10 miles a minute. That's pretty interesting to think about. So if you actually came down here, 80, 40, so when you see something on the board here, this is 10-mile range. When you see it on the board here, then basically in 1 minute, you're at it. That's 1 minute range. So basically, that's like a lot of times in space, it's actually easier to think about things in terms of time. So that's a 1 minute range. Then if we go to 20, that's a 2 minute range. Then a 4 minute range. And then an 8 minute range. And now that's 16. That's basically, you know, so yeah, it's cool to think about it that way. Just a different way, just a different mindset. Like I said, we're roughly doing 600 miles per hour. We're doing 511 knots over the ground. And so that's roughly, just say it's 600. So we're doing 10 miles a minute. So kayak is now coming out at a range here at 120 nautical miles, so 12 minutes. So we're just about, you know, really kayak is off the coast, so we're like 15 minutes here from reaching the coast, the east coast of Greenland. And weather looks good now right out in front of us. There is weather out there. As you can tell, we are way above the weather. Everybody's in the back. They can enjoy their drinks, their food, their movies, and all that kind of stuff. Well, that should be good because we're about 30 minutes here from our next scheduled break. Said I am live streaming for 45 minutes on camera. Then I'm taking a 15-minute break. That's all every hour, and then so on the top of the hour for 15 minutes. So we're at the bottom half of the hour. So we will be on camera here when we make the coast of Greenland. And then as we cross Greenland, you can enjoy the view and the music that I put on here as we are flying our way from Bordeaux, France to Seattle, Washington, USA. Trying to get this achievement done here. Let's go ahead and check and make sure. I do fly. I am a stick and trigger guy, so I'm on the controller, but I also have a keyboard here, and so I have programmed in so I can go between the external views or the drone view, which is I've set it up for that view right there. So everything is looking good. 110 miles from the coast, or from kayak actually. Don't see any weather that looks like it's going to be a factor. November 3-6, uniform, Mike here. Our Boeing 747 has been performing exceptionally well. The only real thing that we had kind of a wasn't all that great was we had a heck of a wind, like 30-knot winds, leaving Bordeaux, France, there on the coast. So it really pushed us around. So the takeoff was not as clean as I had really wanted it to be. But we got up in the air just fine, and everything was safe. The plane is safe right now. It's in good health as we are getting here to, you know, roughly about halfway. Once we get to that waypoint of Yankee X-ray Papa, then we are definitely beyond halfway. Again, I really don't fly the airliners that much, just because I'm a stick and trigger guy. I do like to fly, so that way it's more kind of, you know, gamey and stuff. That's why one of my last live streams that if you watched, we were doing the landing challenges. I thought that was a lot of fun. I'll do that again as we progress through there. There's also landing challenges and also some neat flight challenges. And the Top Gun Maverick DLC that they gave us. Also, I do own the Reno Air Races, so that's kind of fun. But it's, you know, because it's you know, around a circuit, you are playing against other humans, so that's really neat. But it doesn't really hold my attention as much as the landing challenges or just flying and stuff like that. But we'll probably do that here in the live stream in the future. So we got a lot of content that we can still show here on live stream, and I will continue to make YouTube shorts. One of the neatest things I do like to play around with also is camera views, and so if you go down to my YouTube shorts, you can see that I've kind of learned how to set it up so it looks like you're flying like radio controlled. So I just put a radio controlled slope soaring of a glider on my channel. You can check that out. That was pretty neat. So. All right, I can actually see the coast of Greenland there at 1 o'clock. Let's go ahead and go in the cockpit, just monitor everything. Everything is looking good. We're going to make a little bit of a left turn here once we reach kayak. The kayak's in just over 8 minutes. I'll go ahead and take a screenshot of that. Post that on the Bluebird Twitter. Let me go ahead and let that tell me that it's uploaded it to Xbox. There's the notification. Now I can go ahead and pull that screenshot off the Xbox on using my computer, and I can post it on YouTube. All right, what are we? 3 hours. What was that? 3.5 hours. And approaching east coast of Greenland. Geek, just go ahead and put all the tags on there. Here we go. All right, we got that out there in the Twitterverse. We got some high level clouds here, gonna kind of hurt our view here. All right, 6 minutes out from kayak, slight left turn. Looking good, looking good. Just monitoring Otto, our German co-pilot there, our autopilot. So yeah, we got everything is looking. The plane's been real healthy. The flight's been real healthy. Microsoft Flight Simulator, and right now has been healthy because there's not really much to load, right? It's a slow load. Once we get down with the local scenery into Vancouver and Seattle and all that, we'll see how that does. But we got some high clouds here that's gonna obscure our view of Greenland, which is usually what happens in real life. It's not too often that I have done, of all the flights I've done internationally, coming back this direction where you've got nice. At one time, there was one time though, there wasn't a cloud in the sky, and it was just mesmerizing to just look at Greenland. It was just mesmerizing. But we might not have that opportunity here in weather. Man, there's no weather showing up, so from here to 160 miles out. So it's not weather, it's just some high clouds. Let's just go ahead and do it just real quick a check. Yep, Mach 0.870, flight level 420. Auto navigation is on point, looking good. We'll go ahead and make the bug there for that, and yep, we're good. We are coming off the nose. Here is the east coast of Greenland. So we'll definitely know where we're at once we come up here. And November 36 uniform Mike here. Once she makes a left turn, there's a little joggle to the left. Then we're right on the approaching the coast here of the east coast of Greenland. Be nice if the weather clears up so we get some nice views. It's been a while since we've actually had anything to look at. Of course, then once we get over Greenland, we'll go back out over the Arctic Sea and all that. Then we're into the Inuit Islands, north of, Newfoundland and all that, north of Maine, all that. And then we approach in, we go north of Hudson Bay and then into the Northwest Territories and northern, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and all that. Canada, basically. Canada. Alrighty, everything is looking real good. Maybe once we have a really nice opportunity for a picture, we'll go into drone mode and really play around with everything. Oh, we just had a wind shift. The wind is now back over to the off our left. It's very light, so it's not really a problem, but it's knocked us down about 10 knots ground speed. Only about 3 minutes out from kayak waypoint, then oh, and then Greenland. But everything's looking real healthy here. Mach 0.87, flight level 420, auto navigation looks good. We are on course. Engines look healthy. Fuel looks healthy. Just got this high cloud layer that's going to just obscure our view here going over the coast of Greenland. But I wanted to fly this with live weather, so as really a test of Microsoft Flight Simulator, Xbox Series X, my OBS streaming and all that kind of stuff. So, but even all of that is very, very healthy. We have seen a couple other airplanes when we were over in France and England. A couple of them looked like they were coming from the Atlantic, so they were definitely seemed like they were overseas flights. Kind of put, there we go, something like right on the horizon. There we go, something like that, so we can still see the horizon, or at least the cloud horizon. But then we can also look down and see what we're seeing, maybe through the clouds there. It looks like there might be a coast through there that we can see through those high level clouds. Should be coming up on, oh yeah, we're only less than a minute out from kayak. So again, we should be making here a little left turn here. We'll start to see that as Otto says, oh, you need to make a little left turn here. You can kind of see down there the east coast of Greenland. You see it through the clouds there, especially left wingtip and the tail. Here comes our little turn to the left. Go and get in the cockpit and monitor this. Just a slow, easy turn to the left here. Just make sure that we monitor. All right, we are now over Greenland. You can see some of the terrain down there below us through these clouds. It'd just be nice if we can just get these clouds to go away. It doesn't look like it for the immediate future here. Still have not made we're still heading. They have a northern component. Sun is going to stay kind of pretty much right there in that location the whole flight as we're flying this direction. You definitely see. Oh, see, yeah, it'd be beautiful if we just could see through these clouds. Look at the terrain down there. Oh, that is amazing. That is amazing. That's some hard country right there. That's some hard, big country. We've got some wind or something going on here with the clouds coming up here in just a little bit. We might have a break in the clouds. Maybe you'll then see down into Greenland. Just make sure everything's looking good. Weather looks good. Don't see any problems, so yeah, just keep going here. So I haven't really played around with a lot of this stuff. Like, it looks like you can change all the screens. Be like flight director. Don't want to mess with it right now because I just don't want to screw things up. But it would be neat if you could actually change all that, just have to read different things. I'm sure that's what you can do, but for us right now, we're good. We're over Greenland. We're flight level 420, Mach point 870. Got about 260 miles here before we get to Adava, which is on the western coast of Greenland. But we are basically just crossing right over Greenland here. Coming up, looks like some break in the clouds here coming up. We might have a hole that we can look down in and get a nice views of Greenland. It'll take us just about a half hour or so here to pass over Greenland. Oh yeah, clouds are breaking. We're gonna get a hole in the clouds, yeah. Let's go into drone mode. Get ready to maybe take a photo with drone mode. Just too much shadow now with the clouds. Clouds are just casting such a shadow you can't even see the terrain down there. that low sun, you can see the low with the shadow of the clouds and all that. You just really can't see what's down there. Just to, look at that, like it's just a sea of snow. Like there's so right there going over, engine number 3 and 4 there, some type of little, terrain there in the snow. Just a sea of snow. That's amazing. We've got, like I said, about 25 minutes here as we cross over to get to the west coast. Get over to the west coast of Greenland. Then we cross over. If we zoom in here, where we're at now, go ahead and take a look at it on Sky Vector. So we're right over here. We're crossing over. We'll get to the coast. This is the Deva waypoint. Then we'll cross over. Then we go basically back out to sea, and then over the Inuit Islands, and then over north of Hudson Bay, and then into Canada. And this right here is Yankee X-ray Papa waypoint, right at the top there. So we'll actually be about halfway before that, but yeah. So that's what we're looking at there. With the low sun, the clouds, the shadows, we just really can't see. And then it's all snow basically. So here in interior Greenland. So maybe once we get to the western coast, we'll be able to see some topography and stuff. Up here at 42,000 feet. Take a look, see if you see any other contrails. No. Nobody's up here with us. Again, this is all live weather, live players, live tracking with AI flights. But it's been a beautiful flight, smooth flight. Everybody's enjoying their drinks, their food, their movies. There are podcasts. I wonder how many people are in the back listening to Adventures Anonymous podcast. If you haven't checked those out, check them out on Twitter. You can see me posting all kinds of Twitter about them. The Adventures Anonymous podcast, all about D&D, that tabletop RPG. That was, I am your favorite gamer's favorite uncle. Video games is, when that says favorite gamer, there's no adjective in front of that. I just like games. So whether it be not necessarily really like just straight random dice, kind of board game-ish. I like games that have unique sets of rules and all that, and I like discovering new, games that have new rules, and video games that kind of have new rules or systems in them. So, yep, I do like D&D. So we're coming up with another break in the clouds here. Maybe we'll be able to see something, but the problem is just that it's just a sea of snow below us. Unless there's a mountain or something sticking up. Well, we have some topography to be able to see. It's just fascinating to me though about how this is Xbox Series X. So it's Xbox gaming. We're taking in real airplane data. We're taking in real weather data, real player data, and then we're building this environment here where I am just looking at like a little, 28-inch screen on my Xbox. Absolutely amazing. With another break in the clouds here. Let's just go ahead and monitor, make sure no weather, weather to worry about. Just some high level clouds. About a little over, probably about 25 to 30 minutes from the west coast of Greenland. 200 miles to the Adava waypoint. And now you can see, like, you can see some shadows and topography and stuff out there. So the shadows here, it's really hard to see because it's just pretty much snow below us here in Greenland. I mean, it's nice to have actually these clouds now because you used to have something to look at. But we're about just a few minutes away here from our next break, which is nice because we've got these clouds and all this kind of stuff. We'll take another break. Again, because it's just snow below us without really any topography and stuff, you just can't really make out any features. In about 30 minutes or so, straight ahead is the west coast of Greenland. But we are just about here to go on another break. Another 15 minutes in real life break, what we've been doing. At the top of each hour, because this is going to be, well, we're coming up on 4 hours of flight. So yeah, it's going to be roughly about a little between 9 and 10 hour flight into Seattle. But maybe, hopefully the weather will clear up here and the clouds will clear up and we'll be able to get some sightseeing in. Looking down and seeing Canada as we are coming in. Because right now we're not really able to see much. Plus we're way far north, so we've got a lot of long shadows. But there you can see, right? You can see the snow drifts and stuff here, the topography of Greenland down through there. So, alright, well, I am just about to go on another in real life break, get a stretch and all that kind of stuff in. Everything is looking good in the neighborhood here. November 3-6, Uncle Mike is looking real healthy. But let's go ahead and go. I will be back at 15 after the hour, because we're at the top of the hour. So I'll see you back in 15 minutes. Enjoy the music. See you in 15 minutes. Bye. All right, we are back here. Let's go ahead and check out. Oh, there we go. There is Greenland. That is spectacular right there. Wow. Okay, let's go over here. Let's change this view. Wow. There we are. Let's just go ahead and take a look here. We're coming up on Adava. Waypoint here. In 40 miles, there is the coast, the west coast of Greenland. At least we get to see the clouds have cleared up. That is amazing. I will definitely need to get that screenshot there. That is, I am so glad that we actually able to see Greenland, because it is spectacular. And of course, you can see interior Greenland is just basically just covered with snow, but at least the clouds have cleared up, and now that we are able to see this western coast of Greenland and topography and all that, that is spectacular. But yeah, we are 4 hours and 15 minutes into the flight. It's going to be about a 10-hour total flight time here into Seattle. Looks like the weather is definitely clearing up on us. We're getting to the top of our Great Circle route here. So if we go take a look, we are heading 306 here, and as we just start curving along, that's going to continue to get less and less as we start getting to more of a southern component here. Wow. This is part of what I just find so amazing about Microsoft Flight Simulator is just the places that you'll never probably go, but be able to go. And we've got airplanes in this where, you know, you would be able to have skis on airplanes, and you'll be able to fly down there and over on that glacier and all that, and on the fjord, and land on the snow, because the airplanes have got skis, and there's historical airplanes or there's modern airplanes that have got skis on the landing gear. That is amazing. You know, then we can get a view. Something like that. That is that's amazing. Here we are, coming up on the East Coast. It's gonna be about 4.5 hours in the flight. We've got to the west coast of Greenland, so that is amazing. We grab our photo there, put it on the Bluebird Twitter. Capture all that. We are now crossing the west coast of Greenland. That was amazing. Woo! Our drone's getting all caught up. Oh, there we go. We're at Adava. What is there anything down there? Looking to see if there was a, you know, anything down. I mean, like, why is that down there? What is at Adava? I mean, that's, I mean, crazy to think about, right? I mean, what is there some type of village? Oh, it looks like there's an airport somewhere down there. All right. Okay, I see. Yeah, somewhere there's a village and stuff down with a real airport. Just because it's winter. Fascinating. That is amazing. Yeah. Yeah, there's something. I'll come back and check that out. See, it's like that. It's something like that when, you know, another great thing about Microsoft Flight Simulator here 2020 is like, why is there a waypoint, a DEVA out here? There's got to be something out here to maintain that. And there is. It's just because of the time of year here, it's just all snowed in. But up this big fjord right here, see if we can kind of figure this out here. It comes up. It definitely looks like there's just there's a village back there. It's just so snow covered we just can't see it, I guess. But here we go. Now we're getting back into the sea. I'm looking at like Google Maps, and there's little towns on some of these islands and stuff. It's fascinating. Now we're crossing what's called the Davis Strait over to basically the Inuit lands. Yeah. The Nunavut Land Claims Agreement. Part of the Inuit-owned lands. That is. I gotta research more about that now too. All right, plane looks healthy, fuel looks healthy, engines look healthy. We are 300 away from 322, so about 30 minutes or so away from Yankee X-Ray Papa. So we've got that, and then we know once we reach that here in 320 miles that we have definitely gone halfway. But that is some hard, big country right here, especially this time of year. I think in the summer times the ice flow is melted, and so these are basically all islands then. Right here, and with all these fjords and all this, that would be spectacular to visit. So straight ahead now, what we've got is, like I said, the Inuit lands of Canada. The Nunavut Land Claims Agreement, and that goes all the way up and around toward the Arctic Circle. Wow, yeah, they own a lot of land. Oh, wow, that land agreement. Wow, look at that. Yeah, I don't really know anything about that piece. This Cornwallis Island. I mean, most of the stuff is embedded in the Arctic ice. But yeah, we'll cross over. Let's see. Big fjord. I'm trying to. Okay. Up here. Trying to find out when we're looking to kind of get a visual about where we're. Gotcha. That is amazing. The airport. Oh yeah, here it is. Some little town up here. Some village in this Inuit. Fascinating. We cross over the Northwest Passages. Then basically just skirt the north side of Hudson Bay. And then into Northwest Territories and Saskatchewan, into really then Canada. Let's jump into, so we know where YXP is. We then got another one that is Ondos. Let's see where Ondos is at here on Sky Vector. Ondos. Here's Ondos. Alright, so that's where Ondos is at. Let's see where YMM is an airport. The VOR. So Fort McMurray is Yankee Mike. Thank you. Aunt Cindy opened the cabin door and brought me my drink that I forgot on last break. Alright, so I can go ahead and get that set up. That makes our flight path even more accurate here on Sky Vector. Alright, leaving the coast. So here is now a more accurate view on Sky Vector of our remaining path. We have now up here at left the coast of Greenland. We're still got a northern component. Once we get to Yankee X-Ray Papa, which is right here, then you can see that we'll then the Great Circle route. We've got our southern half basically then as we start to head south. This is Northwest Passages. This is Hudson Bay right here, which I think is famous for like narwhals swimming in the ocean, Atlantic Ocean. Everybody thinks narwhals because they're awesome. So that's, and beluga whales, Hudson Bay, and all that kind of stuff. And then come on down here, and then right down here is then, let's see here. Right here then is Fort McMurray. So yeah, well, we've got it pretty accurate now of what we've got left to do. This is where it looks like on the grand scale of things. And then here was our total flight. So from Bordeaux up over the southern tip of England, Australia, Ireland, and then nothing, and now we're almost at the top. We're almost at the top at 4.5 hours in. Almost at the top. Now we're just crossing here at the, whatever it is, Davis Strait, whatever it is. And then drop in. So then we should be able to, it should be, if we have nice clouds and all that kind of stuff, we should be able to have, at least be able to see stuff as we're dropping into Canada and all of that, so. There it is. There goes the western coast of Greenland. Bye, Greenland. And our Boeing 747 November 36 uniform Mike is performing exceptionally well here, as we are now crossing the strait, going over to these Inuit lands that are really the northeast lands of Canada.
be honest with you, I couldn't tell you anything about that. Well, you know, instead of being ignorant, so let's look this up. All right, so this was signed. It's new. Was signed May 25th, 1993. It gave the Inuit of the Central and Eastern Northwest Territories a separate territory called Nunavut. It is the largest Aboriginal land claim settlement in Canadian history. Wow. That's fascinating. In 1999, no joke, on April 1st, the Nunavut was then established with its own independent government. No wonder it's new. So yes, the Aboriginal, you know, kind of Eskimo northern people here, and it is huge. I mean, I'm looking. I mean it. It is a, we'll put it this way, it is roughly the same, because a lot of it is snow, you know, ice, snow covered in winter, and then water, and you're right, in the summer and all that. But it is inside that land, that Nunavut land claim agreement. It is the same area roughly as the United States. It's like almost the same size as Canada. Yeah, because fundamentally Canada is much bigger than the United States in terms of land. That's fascinating. See, you don't know this stuff. You don't. How does Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 on the Xbox doing a flight to get an achievement to fly from Bordeaux, France to Seattle, Washington, USA, and here now we have learned about, in 1993, the Aboriginal people of Canada got a land claim grant, started their own government in 1990, an independent government in 1999. All because we're flying. That is amazing. All right, but here we are. We are now crossing the, whatever pass this was. I can't remember. Davis Pass? Come on. Tell me what the Davis Strait, not pass. Davis Strait. Heading over to a town I can't pronounce very well. It is Pangnirtung. It's going to be up in a fjord here. Oh, look at that. That's beautiful right there. That's beautiful. So somewhere right about in a little bit, but we're roughly halfway. Look at that. Look at that. That's amazing. It's amazing, the color. Has live weather too. All right, let's take a look inside. We are 200 and so roughly we're about 25 minutes or so from Yankee X-Ray Papa. So yeah, I would say we're roughly about halfway. Fuel looks healthy, engines look healthy, auto looks healthy. Everything looks real good in the neighborhood. How are we doing wind-wise? Oh, see, now look at this. So we're slowed down. Eesh. See, we're at 477 knots ground speed. We got a 34 knot headwind. That sucks. But at least we're going to be coming up on where we have something to look at. So you can definitely see, okay. So if you're doing a flight like this is what I see, like I know. See, I would book on the right side of the airplane. Because as soon as you open up your window, oh, you're just getting blasted by the sun. And that side of the airplane is just getting fried. So that's some of the things to think about. Waiting to see if we can pick up the coast. I think it's off there in the north. I think I see some mountains and stuff. I don't think those over here. I don't think those are clouds way out there. That different color. I think those are mountains. Just looking at fuel, looking at systems, make sure everything looks healthy. Anything that's a concern. But basically, we're VFR here up here, so we would know something real quick if we didn't like something. We're about 20 minutes out or so from Yankee X-Ray Papa, our next waypoint. So start getting, like I said, after a Yankee X-Ray Papa here, or the town of, again, the town of Pang Nur Tung. It says Pang Nur Tung. This is where is an Inuit hamlet located on Baffin Island. Okay. Fascinating. Whew. That has just got to be gold. So cool. This is big rough lands out here. Ooh. I'm glad we're way up here where it's you can kind of look down, because down there is, well, down there is water, but or ice now probably. Andos. The ones are just waypoints, but Andos really sounds like something official. But I don't see Andos. Coral Harbor. Just looking at Sky Vector, and it's just that's I mean, again with Flight Sim, very low probability you'll ever experience and be able to see it from this view and explore it. Now think about it in an airplane, whether it be a 747 like this at flight level 420, or if you want to get into a military jet or you want to get into a bush plane with skis, you can go explore these areas to a pretty high degree of realism. Fascinating. But there's not that much out here. When you look on like the world VFR chart, there's not a lot of airports and stuff out here. There's not a lot of villages. I mean, a lot of this stuff is around now because of GPS navigation that you can do stuff like this. Back in the day, I mean, you were still flying from, you know, little villages to villages. And some are still used, like, well, we're coming up here with Yankee X-Ray Papa. We're coming up to that here, and that's a little village out here on this, you know, Nunavut territories. I mean, here, you want to see, here's the VFR, and you know, most of these dots here are actual airports. There's not a lot. I mean, you zoom out, you can start to see you get more and more, but up here where we're at, there's not a lot up here. There's a lot of sea ice, a lot of ice. We're coming up here on these mountains here. Up here. This is Yankee X-Ray Papa right here. Oof. Oof. Just check and make sure everything looks good here. I'm gonna back up. Maybe we'll do a view like that. We're gonna reset it to like that. That way when we come in and we can see this view, we can go ahead and see everything now for the second half of the flight. We can also see out the front, then it's a little bit nicer view too. Yankee X-Ray Papa is on the multifunctional display at about it's like 145 miles out, so 15 minutes out. Well, it's a little bit more than that now because we are below 600 knots. We got this nasty headwind now. We've got like probably about a 30 25 or so knot headwind. Because we're actually moving through the air at 526 knots. But we're moving over the ground only 470 knots. Because we got headwind. Sucky, sucky. Crappy, crappy. Alright, let's make sure everything is looking good. Everything is looking good. Here we are coming up now on the east coast of this Nunavut land claims. Amazing. I would have just said this was like Northwest Territories of Canada. But it's not anymore. It's the Nunavut land claim for the Inuit people. Amazing. Of course, once we get close to them, we'll have to, on Sky Vector, bring up all of our approach. We're doing the RNAV. .16 left. We're coming in from Griffey. So that's at 6,000 feet and below 210 knots. I wonder if Yankee Zulu uniform is also a waypoint that we're going to go through after McMaster or McMurray. All right, well, here we go. So that's some big, hard, cold country here. Anybody with us? Nope, nobody. Nobody's doing some intercontinental stuff. It looks like just us up out here. That's amazing though right there. That is amazing. Right, everything's looking good. Only thing that's bad right now is this headwind that we're going to probably have most of the way. So it's going to really slow us down. It's going to make us where it's going to be much closer to a 10-hour flight here. Just fascinating. Of course, we might be able to see now, you know, I don't know, we'll have to look and see if we can actually see this town of Papatuhudu, or how you pronounce it, but where the waypoint Yankee X-ray Papa's at. So. Look at that. Look at that country. I think I see the fjord that, or the town that has the airport, which is Yankee X-ray Papa, which is our next waypoint. Only about 8 minutes out or so from that. So yeah, it's right off the nose there. We're gonna have to see if we can actually like see the village. I mean, I know it's winter time, so it's all snow, but maybe we can see something. Because it is inland from it's on the southern shore. At least the weather cleared up. We don't have the clouds. We can actually see stuff. Because for a while they're crossing over Greenland. I was like, it doesn't look good. But there's nothing on scope right now. Nothing right out the window either. It's beautiful skies. Beautiful weather. But I mean, also just think about here are Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 on the Xbox Series X. Here we out in literally like kind of like nowhereville, right? I mean, obviously we passed over Greenland. Now we're in this non-event claim, you know, land claim regions and all this kind of stuff. And you still have at least a decent modeling of the topography with the glaciers, right? The mountains, the ice, the snow. Fascinating. We're coming up here on one of my scheduled top of the hour breaks, but we're going to be right over Yankee X-ray Papa, so I'm going to stay with the plane and just take a shorter break if I need to. Still come back at 15 after the hour. Going to take a halfway shot there. I really want to see if we can actually see the airport, any semblance of a town or anything like that, even though I'm pretty sure it's going to be snow covered. You can see the big fjord right off the nose. It's on the southern shore of that. Actually, no, it's off. It's the next fjord, right off the nose, right above the cockpit. Yep, right above the cockpit. Not this fjord right here, not this one right here. That one right out there. Trying to correlate between the aerial photograph and then what I'm seeing here, but you gotta remember we're at 42,000 feet. I've got to kind of like make sure that I'm either, how you want to say, high enough on the aerial chart or aerial photographs, right, to correspond to being at, you know, to being at 8 miles up, 42,000 feet. So, or seven and change. So we're 40 miles out, so about 5 minutes or so. Like I said, I'll take just a shorter break once we pass over Yankee X-ray Papa. I want to check this out, and I'll still be back after break at 15 past the hour. So I'll just take a little bit of shorter break. I got good stuff here. I can run and grab a snack or something like that, but I got drink and all that. So. I really want to see if we can see something, because last time we couldn't see anything because of all the snow, but I now know pretty much exactly where this is at. We'll see if we can see anything on the ground. Again, from 7.5 miles up. Get a view looking down here. I'm not even sure what, like, if this fjord has a name. No. The fjord we're passing over. That island out there at 11 o'clock, that is Erker Juak Island. I don't speak Inuit. So, well, that pops up, so I can't see it yet. Here, let me turn it like that. Right here should be the town and the airport. Right there. And it said, there's a thing on Wikipedia that says that as of like 2022, the mayor is Steve, whatever his last name is, because it's a bunch of characters and I don't speak Inuit. But there is an airport down there. I mean, that's Yankee X-Ray Papa Airport. It'll be Charlie Yankee X-Ray Papa. But there's also, that's our waypoint, is that airport. But like I said, if we'll be able to see anything, because it's going to be snow covered. There's the little town coming right off the nose, right on that southern shore there. Yeah, I think we're looking at just so high, but right there I kind of maybe see like the sides of the runway. Right there you can see like the breakwaters. That's where the town's at. It's just I think we're so high that it's just not loading. You can kind of see maybe some buildings sort of loading in. Reset the drone view. Alright, well, we are now heading off from that. So with that, I am going to be taking a break. I'll be back at 15 hours the hour. And so yeah, enjoy the music. right, we are back. Let's go ahead and just make sure that the plane is healthy. It is looking good. Our flight level 420, still moving, going. We've got, from this view, I can't really see everything. We've got 260 miles until we get to our next waypoint, which is 6579 or November. So beautiful flight out here. We've at least got stuff to see. Topography, at least. This is what it's going to look like for a while. Amazing. We're basically over Baffin Island is what this is. Up here to the north. Out over there is then Baffin Bay. Down over there is Hudson Bay. And we are on our way. Oh, sorry, that's northwest. This way is the Northwest Passages. Baffin Bay was behind us and farther north. Then Hudson Bay is way out over there, but we're going to skirt right along the northern edge of Hudson Bay here. Fuel looks good. Plan is good. The only problem here is that we have got this 50 knot headwind. We are 459 knots over the ground. So it's going to take us a little while to get there now. But like I said, at least we've got some type of topography to look at as we fly here. Then as we start to then head south, we'll get some light back. Sun will get a little bit higher into the sky. We are still flying over this Nunavut land claim for the Inuit people here of northeastern Canada. Fascinating, didn't know anything about that. See if anything's going on. Anything? So if you're joining, you're wondering why I did this flight. Well, again, it's an Xbox achievement to fly from Bordeaux, France, which is where Asobo Studios, who did the AI and a lot of the development here at Microsoft Flight Simulator, is based in that region of Bordeaux, France. And then, of course, Microsoft, which has offices in Seattle. So there's an achievement to do this. And obviously on the Xbox, it's you know, a little more difficult than on the PC. We do have now the Dark Star. So if something should fail, if the game should crash or something like that, and we're unable to get and earn the achievement, then probably the next thing that we'll probably try to do is do it with the Dark Star, which is the the hypersonic plane that's in the Top Gun movie Maverick, or Top Gun Maverick movie. But I wanted to fly it real time. I've never done a in real life all day live stream, so what we've been doing is on the top of each hour taking a 15-minute break or letting the plane go, because Otto, our German co-pilot, then flies the plane for 15 minutes while we are here. But now we're over the barren, amazing lands of the Nunavut land claim in northeastern Canada for the Inuit people. I just find this fascinating because I didn't know anything about it. I used to just know it as the Northeast Territories, right, or the Northwest Territories. So yeah, fascinating. But it's also fascinating that here at Microsoft Flight Simulator on the Xbox Series X, they go ahead and model it, but that's why Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 is so fascinating, is because you literally can go anywhere in the world. And at some level, depending on either whether you're really close up or far away, depends on how they modeled it. Like most of this, it looks really good since we're at 7.5 miles up at flight level 420. But then you get, when you get down closer, but some of the things that they've modeled are exceptionally well, especially some of the larger cities and all that kind of stuff. So, but we're past halfway in the flight in terms of distance. I'm not really sure if we're past halfway in the flight in terms of time. And the reason being is because we've got this 50-knot headwind here. Right there. 260 at 5-1. Ground speed is now 458 knots. Where originally we were having almost a 500 and over 500 knot ground speed for the first half of the flight. So go ahead and bug that out. But yeah, so we could descend down, see if we can get out of some of this headwind, but everything is set up, so I'm just going to go ahead and we're going to stay up here at flight level 420. I'm dedicated for the flight, so we got coming up here in a little bit, we got, what is it, Yankee Mike? Yep, Yankee Mike down there on the flight management computer. That is McMurray, I think, or something like that, airport. So, but that's still quite a ways out, as we are just dropping in from the north. Then we've got to basically cross over Saskatchewan and Alberta, then down into Vancouver, then we start the approach. The arrival and the RNAV approach into then Seattle. So we have been flying here for almost 5.5 hours, and we've been on live stream for just about the same amount, because I did not start a cold start. I started on the runway ready for takeoff. So there's what it looks like outside. Again, if we look at the sun hasn't really changed much position on us. We are just running away from the sun. Day flight. Wanted to do a day flight so that way we can actually see stuff. And the clouds of the live weather has really cleared up here. I am flying live weather, live traffic, live players. We did see some other traffic when we left France and early on in the flight, but as of now we haven't seen any contrails with us out here. But nobody with us. We're just crossing over this, the very kind of center of this Nunavut Inuit land, which is like the size of the United States if you include all of the water. So if you include just kind of, like, obviously during the winter time it freezes over, so we'll go and count that then as land because you could navigate over that and all that kind of stuff. But basically it's like the size of the United States. It is absolutely ginormous. So look at this. We got some stars up above that you can actually see now. Wow, that is that's amazing. I saw that, I was like, oh, is that an airplane? No, it's not an airplane, it's stars. Of course, I'll be looking forward to when Kerbal Space Program 2 comes out. I will be live streaming that because I am an aerospace geek. So not just planes, but also rockets. I played enough Kerbal Space Program that I didn't really want to live stream it because it's not like a lot of discovery in Kerbal Space Program right now. I've played it so much that I didn't really want to live stream. It wouldn't be really necessarily fun for me. So, but once Kerbal Space Program 2 comes out, it'll be added to the channel here. As you can see in my YouTube shorts, I still make shorts from the hunting simulator, the Way of the Hunter. I don't really live stream it just because I don't think there's as big a following for that. You'd almost rather watch real hunting, which I do. So I'm going to go actually hunting in the morning. Well, that's cool stars. Look at this. Look at this land, though. Wow. Amazing. That's not what I want to do. Again, everything looks healthy. Fuel looks healthy. Engines look healthy. We are on flight. We are on altitude. We are on speed. The thing that sucks is they got that headwind. It is just killing us. The headwind is killing us. Oh, definitely coming up on water here in the coast. That gives us a good opportunity to discover where we're at. Alright, I think I can see where we're at. Yeah, I think I got an idea where we're at here. Let's see here. Do we have a waypoint? Yeah, waypoint is 150 miles out, and it is 6579 November. 579er November. So it's basically, we're talking longitude 6.5 and then 7.9. I think I'm seeing how they're labeling these. Yep. It's basically 6.5, so 65 degrees north, 79 degrees west. That's what that 6.5, 7.9 north means. So yep, that's how that works out. So then 60 north 03, that's just another waypoint. So 60 north and then 3 west. I'm going to go ahead and dial those in here. So 60 north 03. Yep. Understand now. Not sure where this Ondos is though. Ondos. Yeah, don't know about Ondos waypoint. That definitely gives us now a much sharper picture of our remaining flight here. Here we are. I see where we're passing over here. Yep. Okay, I got you now. Very interesting. We're going to skirt across to just a little tip of a peninsula here. You can see it just off the nose there. Skirt across that, then back over sea ice probably, and then over to an island, which is Southampton Island, and we're gonna go, which is big, looks like a big bird sanctuary. I don't really see any towns or anything or villages on that. We're gonna go right over Southampton, and then over a little bit of water, and then once we're there, we're based on the mainland of Canada. So let's go in. I'm going to look at the flight computer here. Alright, we already did 60. 60 and 3, and then down here into McMurray. Got some long distances here. But like I said, the Ondos is not. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it did find it. Oh, no. Go. There we go. All right, I got Ondos in now. Now we've gotten Sky Vector, I think pretty much most of our waypoints. So we are now coming up on 6579 November. It's only 100 miles out. And then after that, Ondos. And then after that, 60 November 03. Yep. And then McMurray. Yes. McMurray. And then, yep. Whatever that is. I don't know what. White Court. Yep. Into White Court. And then down into Vancouver. Gotcha. Gotcha. All right. There's that little spit on the peninsula I was talking about that we're going to cross over here. Yep, perfect. I can see it. No problems. I got it now. So what I'm looking at over here, well, where are we at? Let's go ahead and second monitor this. So here's where we're at. We're crossing, we're coming up, we're right here. Is where we're at, right up here in the north. Up here in the top right. We're just gonna cross over this little finger here on this peninsula. Cross over here, then Southampton Island, and then here is Ondos waypoint, and then here is 60 November 03, and then down into McMurray. So this is basically all still the Nunavut territory. It's not till we get down here that we actually then skirt into the really, you know, Canadian lands now instead of the Inuit lands. So fascinating. Well, we're coming up on a little over 5.5 hours in the air, at least in our live stream. A little bit less, about 5.5, right at 5.5 in the air. I would imagine once I just like that there's stars. That's amazing. I would imagine once we start getting over into kind of proper Canada, you know, that in some of these airports that we would start to see some of the traffic. So, but we still got a good 4 hours or so to go in the flight. Especially since this headwind is just 50-something knot headwind is just, it's killing us in terms of speed. All right, we're crossing over that little thumb there on that peninsula. Again, it's fascinating to me that, you know, we have the technology, like Asobo Studios has the technology here of making an AI where they can take aerial photographs and then understand what the topography and stuff is like. Actually, and also different seasons, right? Different months and all this. So I would imagine that if you change the weather here, if you change this to like a summer, you wouldn't see this ice build up along the coast there off into the water. you're just joining us, we are on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 on the Xbox Series X. We have been flying here for a little over 5.5 hours out of Bordeaux, France, in the Boeing 747, which is a stock aircraft, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. And we are trying to get the achievement to fly from Bordeaux, France, which Asobo Studios has an in-real-life office there, to Seattle, Washington, where Microsoft has in-real-life offices at. So we're flying into Seattle, Washington, USA. Right now we're at just past the top of our Great Circle route, going over the Nunavut lands in northeastern Canada. We're going to be able to start dropping in through Canada here in an hour or so, and then we've got to cross Canada, which will probably take a good 3 hours or so. So we've got another 4.5 hours of flying here, I would imagine, just because now we've got this nasty 50-knot headwind that's really taking our ground speed. We were well over 600 miles an hour, and now we're down to 500 and something. We've lost 50 knots. We've lost about 80 miles an hour over the ground because of this headwind. Yuck. But everything is healthy. The plane's healthy. The plane's healthy with fuel. The engines are healthy. Navigation is healthy. We know where we're at in terms of navigation. The longest flight that I've ever done, it's going to be the longest flight I've ever done, not in real life. I've been a passenger on a much longer flight. But it's the longest flight that I've ever done in flight sim continuously. We do have the Dark Star, which is the hypersonic plane from Top Gun Maverick movie. So if something should crash or fail here on the live stream trying to get this Xbox achievement, then I'll probably transition on over to the Dark Star and try to do it with the Dark Star. Because that way at Mach 3 or something like that, you can't go to Mach 9, 10, but at least at Mach 3, it wouldn't take as long to do, which would be a lot of fun because you were flying up at 80,000 feet. So that would be a lot of fun to do. Yep, here we are. We're just we're crossing over here. This is where we are at right now. If you are interested in where we're at, we are crossing over the northwestern passages here. So if we go take a look at, we are just leaving this coast. So if I come back over here and go ahead and show you on Sky Vector, here is our next waypoint, which is 6579er November. And we've what's the coast that's right below us here is this coast right here. That is where we are at in terms of our Great Circle route from Bordeaux into Seattle. So that is where we're at. There's our waypoint coming up. If we jump back into the airplane and just check, you can see that 40 miles out here, there is 6579er November. That is our next waypoint right there. So 40 miles out. Well, that is where we're at. We're just enjoying the view as we're going along here. Hey, Terry. Yeah, I usually wouldn't. It's just an Xbox achievement. I had this Sunday available to me. I talked to Aunt Cindy, your favorite gamer's favorite aunt. I talked to her and said, hey, I want to do this on Sunday, so I'm just going to clear out my whole day. What I have been doing is every hour, at the top of the hour for every 15 minutes, I have been taking an in real life break, and then I put music on and I switch to that view right there, so you know that I'm on break. And I take a break, go get drink, a snack, or whatever. Of course, dinner is coming up, right? What time is it? Oh no, it's only 2:45 in the day in the real life. So yeah, but Terry, hey, thanks for joining. Thumbs up because you are amazing. But yeah, I wanted to try it. The issue that I have is that I'm really concerned that once the scenery starts to load into approach either over Vancouver or Seattle, that it will be now too much for the Xbox and it'll crash on me. At which point then I will go ahead and make a YouTube shorts or something like that about the frustration of it crashing on me. But that would be okay, because I've actually had quite a bit of fun. It's something that I've kind of wanted to do. I've never done a live stream this long. I've wanted to do it to test out OBS, my laptop, Xbox, Microsoft Flight Simulator and so on. Not that I want to do a long flight like this really anytime soon in the future. But yeah, it's kind of been a nice test. But it has been a really beautiful flight because I have done many flights like this as a passenger in this kind of route. So it really is neat to be able to see so much. And of course, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 is amazing in itself. So, but here we go. Now we're crossing over the northwestern passages. We'll cross over this boundary, this water here, and then once we come to that, we'll cross over Southampton Island, then more water, and then we're actually over the mainland of Canada. Then we're not really over water anymore. But the 747's been performing well. The airliners are not like the highest of my list of planes that I like to fly. My favorite actually airplane now, probably at least favorite airplane stick and trigger, that's what I call it, to really fly on the controller is the Savage Cub. And then the one that I like to fly really IFR and stuff like that is the Cessna 414 Chancellor. I just like it's a good combination of steam gauges and electronic navigation. So, and it just sounds good. It looks good. So, everything's looking good here as we are just continuing the flight. Everybody's in the back enjoying their drinks, the food, the movies, the podcasts. We can sit up here in the front. Okay, so you're on PC. Yep, I am on the Xbox Series X, so this is all Xbox here. And yeah, I'm also looking forward to, what is that, November 11th, so that's like next week. I'm looking forward to what that also gives us too. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the planes. I mean, the DC-3, the Spruce Goose, Spirit of St. Louis. Really looking forward to the De Havilland Beaver. So it'll just be neat to make some content. I've been thinking about trying to make like short stories, which are use the short format that YouTube has to kind of tell a story and actually link to games. So like, I've done it once before already, but I also play Way of the Hunter, which is a hunting simulator, and it would be cool to have like the De Havilland Beaver on floats, and you land, and you're like dropping people off, the hunters, to go moose hunting. So then you also show clips from the hunting game and stuff like that in the same 1 minute shorts. So one of my last live stream that I actually did some of the landing challenges, so I'm gonna start doing that. I think people kind of enjoyed watching those. I enjoyed doing those. I actually just discovered the whole time, the low level challenge from the Maverick DLC we got, and that's a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that with the whole ghost that it does. Yeah, that was fun. I'll do more of those in live streams in the future here. So still looking here, but we are just okay. Yeah, so on my channel, I've done the first glider that they gave us, that Got Friends glider. I really enjoyed it. I did a live stream where I recreated Bruno Vassel's flight on YouTube out of Nephi, Utah, slope soaring, and it was amazing. I did a whole almost 2 hours of one flight. It was spectacular. I'm looking forward to them having better thermal, we would call it, not data, modeling for thermals and stuff, but the ridge storing was good. Oh, we're passing here our waypoint. It's a slight turn. But I just using a combat, well, you're really just using the how you can change the settings on the showcase camera, the drone camera. I just made a YouTube short. As you can see it, it's actually, I think, my latest YouTube shorts, where it says that I'm flying radio controlled glider of slope soaring, and so it's using the drone camera, but where it's fixed in position, but it's locked onto the airplane, And so you can basically do it like you're flying a radio-controlled airplane. So that's really cool that now you can do. You can actually literally make it where you can set up the views so you can almost look like you're standing on the ground, and you know, your little Cub or your Cessna 172 or Cessna, you know, Boeing 747 is like a radio controlled, so you're actually standing in one spot watching it and flying. So you can basically do radio controlled airplanes. There you go. I love it. Absolutely. Yeah, I was a PC driver before I got into Xbox, and Uncle Mike, my gamer tag is because I am an uncle. That's why I got into Xbox gaming, was so I could play with my my niece and nephew over at Xbox Party, and now they're adults. I just never left Xbox, so never went back to PC after that. So. Alright, so we're now over the water. You can see now the coast coming up of Southampton Island. It's the last island that we got to cross. And then another little body of water, and then we're on the mainland of Canada. We did see some other traffic when we left France, which made sense, but ever since then, I haven't seen any other live traffic. And live traffic, live weather is on, so you're seeing everything with the live settings. Terry, just so you know, you can go down the description of this live stream or pretty much any of my current videos. I am running a contest to give a $50 Xbox gift code once I reach 500 subscribers. And so you can go down, you can read the official rules down in the description below if you're interested in that. Basically, once I reach 500 subscribers, then I'll make the thumbnail and all that kind of stuff, and I'll do a live stream, and during that live stream, I'll have a keyword that everybody who just needs to type in chat, and then I'll just use a random, picker and the person and then the subscriber in chat, because, you got to be subscribed, I think, for 5 minutes. Chat here with me, and that'll be the person that wins the $50 U.S. gift code. You can check out that down there in the description below. Yeah, it'd be a lot of fun if I had more viewers that like to chat and all that kind of stuff, just because, hey, you get makes it going, because this is flying. It's like sailboats. It's sometimes like this, hours of not necessarily boredom, but just not a lot to do. You're just monitoring systems and all that. Make sure Otto, our German co-pilot, the autopilot, is not doing anything funky. But yeah, you got a lot of time to do other things here between takeoff and landings. Like I said, we are trying to get the achievement. It's actually called Frequent Flyer Miles, is what it's called, and it's to do this flight from France to the U.S. So, all right, let's just go ahead and take a look at the box here. And what we got? 455 knots over the ground. I still got a 51 knot headwind. Ondos is next at 340 miles. Well, we know at 340 miles, that is about, for this speed now, that's about 40 minutes away. So about 40 minutes away, if we get to Ondos. No weather, nothing like that. We had a little bit of weather early in the flight, but we went around it and actually kind of we went like over it really, but it wasn't too bad. So we kind of picked a nice day. It actually was a crappy day here in South Carolina, but in real life. Here comes Southampton Island. yeah, I am not NFL fan, I guess, a watcher, except for I kind of follow the Buffalo Bills because my best friend, she's from Rochester, Buffalo. So, but you go have fun. Yeah, thanks for joining. Hey, again, thumbs up because you are amazing. and enjoy your Packers game, or maybe not. And so yeah, I'll see you on the flip side, as I am still trying to complete this flight, but everything is looking good. So heck, who knows? I might still be on here by the time your Packers are all done. Because I don't think I'm going to be finishing this. Let's see, what time is it real time? 3 o'clock real time. I'd say maybe 7, 8 o'clock. I might be landing real time. My time. Because we are about 6 hours in. I'd say it's about a 10-hour flight with this headwind now, maybe even a little bit more, so we still got 4 hours to go. I'm gonna look at cockpit view. I don't think there's much to see as we cross Southampton Island here, northern Hudson Bay. Mach point 870 at flight level 420. So just got this headwind that's just killing us. But we are out almost at the top of the hour here, so we're going to be doing another in real life break. Get some more drink, stretch. Maybe get a snack. Find out maybe what we're going to be doing for dinner here in the Uncle Mike abode. But everything's looking healthy here in the airplane. I think the passengers are enjoying themselves, again, enjoying their drinks, enjoying their food, their movies, their podcasts, they're chatting. All back there. It's been a beautiful flight. No real turbulence or anything like that. Takeoff was a little squirrely because we had some really crazy winds on takeoff. Other than that, it's been really, really, really nice out here. Yeah, we're about 3 minutes away here for taking our in real life break. At which point, turn on some music again. Go back and sit back there in the passenger seat, looking out the window, looking at the two engines. Just enjoying ourselves, so. Here we are crossing over Southampton Island, northern Hudson Bay. Again, it looks barren. Probably nothing but narwhals, beluga whales, seals, polar bears. Pretty amazing. All right. Well, in real life break. See you 15 minutes past the hour. Enjoy the view and music. All right, we are back, and with this nice view, you can see the sun is coming back. We're also getting some clouds here. So let's go ahead and there we go. Make sure everything is looking good. Oh, we're starting to get some weather though. Weather has popped up on the multifunctional display, but let's just go ahead and make sure fuel's healthy, engines are healthy, auto is healthy, everything is looking good. But yeah, we've got a little bit of weather here, so for that reason, I'm going to come in here. I'm going to dial it down to an 80-mile range, about then 10 minutes out at this speed. So yeah, now we've got some weather out here. Still below us though here, 'cause we're at flight level 420, but still looking really, really good. I had forgotten that we had bought some of the Powerball tickets, so on the last break here, I asked Cindy to see if we won anything. But now it's up to what, $1.9 billion? That's amazing. Don't usually play the lottery, so don't. I usually don't play the lottery, so it is. Lottery is a tax for those who don't understand math. So. All right, so yeah, it looks like 80 miles out, we got some weather. We'll see. It looks like we could go right over the top of it. We're just about 6.25 hours into the flight. Flight that's probably going to take us now a little over 10 hours or so, because we've got a now it's a little bit less, but still it's like a 40 knot headwind, where we did have a tailwind for a little bit, which was nice. Yeah, there's on the scope here, we've got weather right in front of us here. Like I said, probably about 8 or 10 minutes out, but I don't see that its tops are reaching up to us, so I think we're good here at flight level 420, so I don't think we're going to deviate at all. We'll keep monitoring the situation. Let's see if we can. Yep, so we basically have crossed over. Now we're on the opposite shore here of Southampton Island. We'll have now water for a little bit, and then the next coast that we see will actually be mainland, really mainland Canada, if you want to say. It's still the Nunavut, Inuit, lands, aboriginally lands, but it's still mainland Canada. We've crossed over here, Southampton Island. We're just going down. We'll go through the Nunavut here for a little bit. Now we're dropping in. We'll cut right across the corner of the Northwest Territories, and then a little bit across Saskatchewan, and then most of Alberta, and then the southern part of British Columbia. So that's what it looks like that we'll do here. Yeah, so we really cut across most of Alberta and Saskatchewan. Maybe just a little tiny bit of the Northwest Territories. But we're heading south now, so we're going to get the sun back here. Sun really hasn't moved much here because of you know, the direction that we're following, but obviously got lower in the horizon because we were heading north. Now that we're heading south, now the sun can kind of catch up to us a little bit and give us more light. So that's why we're starting to see more light on the clouds and all that kind of stuff. But right now, the Boeing 747 November 36 uniform on Mike is performing as expected. Let's go into the cockpit and stay. Yeah, see, right ahead of us here is some weather, but I think it's going to be below us. We'll just, like I said, keep monitoring the system. We do have some high clouds out over here that definitely look to be right almost at our flight level. So we'll just have to monitor and see here. But right now they're still about 40 miles out, or actually 50 miles out. All right, let's go down to 40-mile range here. You can see the weather and the clouds off the dash here, so or off the windshield here. So we'll just see what comes of it on the scope here at a range of 40 miles. Like I said, at this speed, 40 miles is roughly about 5 minutes. Right now we're doing probably about 8 or 9 miles a minute. We're about 15 minutes out of Andos. Is our next waypoint. We've got just a few more waypoints and then we are, of course this is going to get real spectacular once we get down here to McMurray, which is Yankee Mike. Once we get to Yankee Mike waypoint, then it's going to get real spectacular. So we start to pick up the Rocky Mountains again. All right, well, zooming in didn't really seem to do anything for the weather there. Now it kind of is dissipating on us, the weather. Go back and keep it at 40. Just make sure. I mean, I can see the clouds out in front of us and stuff where the weather's at, but like I said, I don't know what their tops are at. But we're at flight level 420, 42,000 feet, moving along at Mach 0.870, and that's indicated. True airspeed is over 500 knots, but the problem is that we got this headwind, so our ground speed is only 467 knots. But November 36. Uniform Mike here, the Boeing 747 has been performing flawlessly here ever since we just went ahead and advanced the throttles in Bordeaux, France. But now we've got this little bit of a southern component to our heading, so we are past our Great Circle route here, so we are now heading south. So we just want to keep our eye out here if we can see once we cross over into basically mainland Canada. As of right now, I can't. Looks like it's still water below us. I can see it down there.
620 miles out from Ondos, our next waypoint, which is just onshore. So if we can't see the ground, once we get to Ondos, we will definitely know that we are onshore. Basically, we just drop in from the north over Vancouver, and then I filed to do the RNAV for runway 16 left into Seattle. Everything is programmed in, so yeah, the weather must have dissipated because I can see it, but it looks like it's just going away. Yeah. Yep. Weather just dissipated right in front of our eyes. Well, perfect. Well, I'm going to go ahead and zoom on back out to a range of 160 miles. That's roughly about, this speed, like I said, about 20 minutes out or something like that, so. Yeah, I really learned that quite a bit from Kerbal Space Program is don't think of things in terms of speed and distance. Think of things in terms of time. The time it's going to take you to collide. And out in space, when you're doing a docking maneuver, you know, yes, speed and direction is very important. Don't get me wrong, all that distance is very important. But the time that it takes. So if you're sitting there and you're like, you know, okay, it's going to take us a minute before we collide, and depending on your closure rate and all that, but think about the decision making that has to go on within that time limit. So if you've got, you know, if you're pretty close to something and you've got a 10-minute collision, you got a lot of time to think about things. And so, you know, roughly here, you know, we're not going 10 miles a minute. We're not going 600 miles an hour over the ground right now. We're probably only doing, you know, right now it looks like maybe 520 or something like that over the ground. So we're not doing 10 miles a minute. We're doing like 8, but you can just say 10. So if we got 100 miles here to go to Ondos, and it's 100 miles away, well, we've got 10 minutes roughly to get there. So we've got 10 minutes of decision making that we can do. And in space and orbital maneuvers and stuff like that, that's very important to actually have that kind of mindset, because it's more of what you can do, right? It's to you like, oh my God, how often, I got to make a decision right now. No. We got 10 minutes before we get to Ondos here, our next waypoint. We can calm down, we can slow, we can work any problems or anything like that we might have. So it's another way of thinking about, you know, speed and distance, rather than just looking at it in terms of, you know, like, oh my God, I'm going so fast or whatever. No. Because in space, you're always going fast pretty much. To get to space, you got to go fast. And so it's that closure rate and stuff that actually is more important. And then, you know, thinking about, okay, if I've got, you know, 100 meters to go and I'm going 10 meters a second, well, you know, right there, you're going to have a collision in 10. Well, instead, at 100 meters, why don't you slow down to 1 meter per second? Now you've got 100 seconds to make decisions, right? So just, you know, maybe consider that. So that's why I say that here, is that roughly like, okay, you know, right now Ondos now is 80 miles out, so we've got, you know, at least, right, 8 minutes here that we can actually make decisions. So we got time to do things, we got time to chat, we got time to look around, all that. So, oh, there's the coast, right off the nose, right, I can see it right through there. So there is mainland Canada. So where are we at now? I'll go ahead and, in the kind of the big picture, bring up Sky Vector. Where are we at? We are just crossing the coast, way up here. This was Southampton Island up here. We're now across the coast right here. That white dot right there on our flight path, that is Ondos, our waypoint. Then we have a GPS waypoint, and then we got 2 physical places. So this is
Down here is McMurray. So this is now the remainder of our flight. If we zoom out, we can actually now see basically the flight that we've done. Bordeaux, France, all the way up and over. Now we're right over here. So we're, what you want to say, you know, 3/5 of the way, something like that. 2/3, whatever you would like to say. So, yep, there's where we're at. Coming up on that coast of really mainland Canada. Which means obviously here in a couple hours we're gonna have to start making you know, decisions about descent, approach, all that kind of stuff. I'm not using ATC on this flight because if I used ATC on this flight, it would just, I would have to monitor at all times, and I don't want to monitor at all times. I want to be able to go every hour, you know, for 15 minutes, go away, stretch, you know, take a break. So I'm not using ATC. But here we are coming up on Andos. All right, we burned all the fuel out of the center tank. Everything is looking good. Fuel's healthy, navigation's healthy, engine's healthy. Like I said, now we're coming up here on mainland Canada, right over the coast here. And then we'll pass some other waypoints here. Like I said, once we get to what is it, Fort McMurray or whatever, Yankee Mike, then we're, you know, we'll start to actually then see yeah, mountains, which should then give us some really beautiful then scenery, I would think. Alright, so yeah, we're just monitoring this. Now we probably got over 30 knots headwind. Not as bad, so I get a little bit more speed here. A little bit better ground speed. But now at least we're over mainland, yeah, we'll say we're over, pretty much, yeah, we're over mainland Canada now. Now dropping down into, just gonna, this is still that Nunavut land claim for the Inuit people. And then with that, then we'll cross down, we'll just kind of scurry across the eastern side of the Northwest Territories, and then cut across just the top corner of Saskatchewan, and then into Alberta, and then into British Columbia and Vancouver, and then get ready for our approach into Seattle. Well, like I said, we're still a good probably 4 hours out here. How's the scope looking? Scope looking good for weather. Weather off our 9 o'clock and all that. Just a little scattered, but nothing. You can see it out there. Something's got the atmosphere all churned up down over there. I don't see anything straight ahead though. Alright, everything is looking good here. Yeah, part of the reason I want to do this all-day live stream is not just for the Xbox achievement on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, but also go ahead and do a full live test of my streaming setup here on this 2017 laptop, an HP laptop. So yeah, everything is working out really good. At some point I probably need to upgrade the laptop, but everything works good, so why upgrade it? Like I said, I'm mostly concerned about once we get onto approach, that once all the graphics for, you know, the airplanes, the runway, the buildings and all that have to load up, that'll be too much then for the sim. So we'll see how it goes. But it's been a fantastic flight. Again, these lands that we're passing over right now, this Nunavut land that was given to the, you know, the Aboriginal Inuit people back in 1993 by the government of Canada. Never really knew. Of course, I was still in college when that happened, so. Anybody else up here with us? Don't see any contrails or anything. Like I said, we've seen some other live traffic when we were between England, well, between France and England, but since then we have not seen any traffic. We are up here at flight level 420, kind of or we're more at the top of the world, but there are still some stars that are poking through up there, which I find amazing. All right, we are just coming up to Andos, somewhere down there. I don't know if there's anything that actually it is. There was something out on the coast. Yeah, there is an airport. Somewhere out there in that bay, somewhere out here off top of the cockpit somewhere. Somewhere out there. But we're not going to be able to see it at flight level 420. We've already done that looking down and really can't see anything. Nothing loads. You know, if you look at the topography of this is clearly just like tundra land right now. That low, rolling tundra land. There's not really tall mountains or anything like that. It's just, all marshy. Now it's frozen over, so you get that. Just kind of that frozen tundra. It's pretty much all of the dark that you see down there is actually water, whether it's already frozen or not. Nothing up ahead, nothing on the scope. 160 miles out. You know, but like, you know, there's this Rankin Inlet. There's, you know, something there. I don't know if people live there year round, but there's an NDB there. NDB at 284. So, you know, there's something down there. I mean, you know, there's some village down there. It was nice getting the light back. Heading south again here. We got a component to the south. We're heading 249. Looking good here. Look at this tundra land. I mean, what do you think are down there? Elk, moose, polar bear, some type of deer, reindeer, I don't know. Caribou! That weather, you can see the tops of the clouds over there at the weather. All right, so we are on our way now to 60 November 03. It's our next waypoint, but we've got about 40 minutes to that. 336 miles away, ground speed of 466 knots. Zero my heading bug here in case I just need to use it. Not much to see out here. Gotta kind of think about what I want to do for the next live stream. I'm not going to be live streaming Wednesday. We'll be gone in real life, so I'll be live streaming then again Sunday morning. Not really sure what I want to live stream for that Sunday morning. I have been doing the landing challenges. Maybe we do some more landing challenges. We could also think about doing some of the Top Gun Maverick low-level missions. That was a lot of fun when I did that. You know, kind of bringing out the gaming aspect of Microsoft Flight Simulator here rather than just the simming part of it. Because there's other things you can also, there's flight training, and there's some other things that we can get. I can load up the Reno air races again, so we've got quite a bit of things that we can actually still do in Microsoft Flight Simulator, and that's why I've really kind of focused my live stream on the flying aspect. Plus, there's more in real life stuff that I can do flying wise than I would enjoy doing, so I can actually link the two together. So, you know, meeting real pilots and that type of thing. You know, playing other, hunting games. Going to meet other hunters and all that. Hunting is kind of a, yeah, you can go out with a buddy and stuff like that, but it's not really a community affair, the actual event of hunting. Where flying, you can go to a fly-in, you can meet, and we've done that already, and so that's kind of the reason why I focused on that. And there's also a lot of the community online for for both flight sim and real world flying. So yeah, just monitoring all the systems here. Everything looks like it's in the green. So flight level 420. Mach point 870 indicated. We're at 466 knots or something like that over the ground. So okay, I guess. Look at this country though. It's fascinating because I mean it's just like the land is just high enough over the water here. Yeah, I'm just looking over here at, so when we passed that last waypoint and I said there was a little village out there and stuff like that, this is what it looks like on Google Earth. And there's the runway, the airport, and then yeah. And there is the Nunavut Arctic College. So there's a little town, and then you just start to zoom out. There's a road. It doesn't look like it goes anywhere though. But it goes up to this, which is a mine, a gold mine. Well, there you go. That's why it's there. There's a gold mine up there. Zoom out and then look at this. Just look at this land. So here we are. We're flying down here at an angle here. We're going to cut across the Northwest Territories. We're going to cut across right here Saskatchewan. We're going to go through most of Alberta. We'll then pick up the Rockies and then down into Vancouver. So it should be a beautiful flight once we get down there. Alright, everything's looking good. I don't need to push the airplane or anything like that. Any faster, any higher, any lower, nothing like that. We are just cruising right here. So we've burnt out that center tank. Next waypoint is just out in the middle of mainland Canada. It's just the longitude latitude waypoint. 60 north, 3 west. So we passed just to the south of Black Lake and Stony Rapids. Once we get past, that's past the next waypoint. Yeah, I think it's going to be fascinating, especially with this. Well, I'm talking about the update here with the reach down here with the update that's coming out here next week for Flight Sim, which is the 40th anniversary. We are supposedly getting Spirit of St. Louis. And I think it would be fascinating to now recreate Lindbergh's flight, especially with traditional navigation, not like, if they put in some modern GPS into the Spirit of St. Louis. No. Another thing it's going to be fascinating to do, and I'm going to need to do some research on this, is really what was the purpose of the Hughes Spruce Goose? Right? Really, what was it designed to do? Was it to do the Pacific Airways and that type of stuff? Because I would like to actually then recreate some of what its purpose was, some of the flights for what its purpose was. I've already talked about the de Havilland Beaver that's coming out, and be able to connect it with some of my hunting, clips on the hunting sims that I also fly here on that I fly on, or that I play. It's been a long flight that I play on Xbox, so that would be neat to do. But yeah, just kind of thinking about what was the purpose. What was the purpose? Yeah, I'm gonna look that up while we're just here, right? What was the purpose of the Spruce Goose? Intended, okay, here we go. It was intended as a transatlantic flight transport for use during World War II. It was not completed in time to be used in the war. Its true designation, that's why people have been using it, and I've always known it as the Spruce Goose, but its actual designation is the Hughes H4, so Hotel 4 Hercules, which is really commonly known as the Spruce Goose. It was of a strategic airlift flying boat. Of course, we all know that it made one brief flight. We all know that. Yep, War Department. So, all right, well, there we go. So now we know. So, yeah, one of the flights that we're going to need to think about doing, though, here in the 40th anniversary edition of Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 here on the Xbox Series X, is to, I would imagine it was going to fly out of, I don't know, New York or something like that. I guess we could do some more research and see if there can come up with some of the requests for proposals from the military to Howard Hughes, and see where it was going to fly from and to, and recreate that flight. That would be a lot of fun to do. That would be like a historic, what if kind of flight. Not just doing like the recreation of Lindbergh, Spirit of St. Louis flight, but doing something that never happened. It's interesting to think about. Where would it have gone from? Maybe it would have gone from, Norfolk, Virginia. And since it was used in the war, it would probably like Southampton? Something like that. Yeah, that's quite tantalizing to think about. Is really what would be its mission specifically, right? Like from, to, route, all that kind of stuff. Would it have to stop somewhere in the middle to refuel, or that was really its purpose, because it didn't have to refuel? I would like to also have one of the big flying boats from, the Boeing days and all that kind of stuff of like Pan Am, so you could do some of the flights that they did, through the Hawaiian, chains of islands, so, I guess what was it? Like probably San Francisco to Honolulu, Honolulu, to Wake Island to what, Midway into Guam, stuff like that, then into like Polynesia. That would be fun to do, is recreate some of those. And then as we get some of them in history, another thing you think would be to do flights that what happened to them, right? That they're lost. I know people have done the, recreated the Amelia Earhart flights, and that's fascinating, right? But really try to do her flight with the means that she had for navigation, You know, because right now, so often they give us a historic airplane, but they give us a GPS. Like, no, that's not how it works, right? You know, you got to use compass and a clock, and like the sailors did, right? Of where you think you're at, and, you know, what's the wind like, and, you know, all that kind of stuff. You know, weather plays a much bigger role when you are doing, you know, historic navigation of, you know, heading and time and distance and all of that. So, all right, we've got some type of lake out here that is mostly frozen over. It looked like something very interesting, but now it's just a you know, I would say a bigger lake that is now frozen over. It's nothing amazing. So, I think this is where we're at. I think this is North and South Kinnick Lake. The shape looks right. So, I think this is where we're at right here. Coming up on North and South Kinnick Lake. It just looks right. But we'll see. Yep, I'm gonna say that's where we're at. And we've got a bigger, here in a little bit, we got a bigger body of water that's about the same size, but it doesn't, not cut in half. Yeah, just there's just, you know, so much that you can do here in Microsoft Flight Simulator. If you just like flying, great, amazing. You can do that. If you want to learn and practice, and learn approaches, it's amazing. Just fascinating to me to think about recreating some of these flights that, you know, maybe they never even came back from, they're lost. Like even like the what was the one that's recent? The Malaysian Airways, flight 370? You know, it's just speculating on what happened with that, you know, and doing the research and stuff. You know, I find that fascinating, the stories of the people who take the time to research. And whether it be a really big story like D.B. Cooper, or just a small story of, you know, a couple who, like there's a Cessna 150 that back in like the, I don't know, 70s, I think it was. A couple took off in their Cessna 150 up in Michigan, and in the big, you know, forest of Michigan, never heard from again, and nobody's ever found their airplane. You know, I think flights like that to me are fascinating, because you do some of the research, you know, and kind of find it, maybe even get kind of in their head about, you know, what they were thinking, what the weather was like, you know, and all of this. I find that fascinating too, to be able to use Microsoft Flight Simulator and something like that. So. All right, well here, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is definitely those twin, the North and South Kinnick Lakes. Looking good here. Let's just go ahead and make a check to make sure the airplane is healthy. So lateral navigation, everything is looking good there. Fuel looks good. Engines look good. We still got this, not as bad of a headwind, but it's still a headwind. But everything is looking good. So the plane is still, the aircraft is still healthy. It's kind of me from back in my learning my space days when I went to get my aerospace engineering degree. You know, we talked about the health of the vehicle, the health of the crew. You know, and it's always about, you know, it's crew safety and mission success. That's what you focus on. So I'm just looking at the health of our aircraft. I'm doing pretty good here, but I'm about to go on another break because I've been taking breaks every 15 minutes on the top of the hour. So from the top of the hour to 15 minutes past the top of the hour, I've been on an in real life break where I put on a passenger view, this passenger view right there. I turn on some music and let you enjoy that for 15 minutes while I take a real break here as we pass over these twinsy lakes of North and South Kinnick Lake, as we are now slowly working our way down into the territories of Canada into Vancouver so we can start our approach into Seattle. So everything is looking good, but we are just about here to take another break here at the top of the hour. And I am at 4 o'clock local time. Time change is good. We did time change here on the East Coast of the U.S., so that's going to probably just kill me here for a week or so. So with that, I will see you at 15 past the hour. So enjoy the view and enjoy the music. All right, back view out the window looks spectacular. Let's go ahead and jump back out here and look. Oh, we're coming up. I think that's that other lake I was telling you about. There it is. So, not quite sure what that lake is, but we can. Yep, there it is. This is Caspa Rock the Caspa Rock the Cas. This is actually Cass Bay Lake. And it is just inside the Northwest Territory. So we are now, basically when we cross over this, right on the shore here, the near shore of this lake right here, we are in the Northwest Territories of Canada. And then pretty much just as we then get to the other, just after the other side, then we're probably into the Saskatchewan territory of Canada. So we're getting there now. Well, we're getting there. We're getting closer. It's been a long time. It's been a heck of a flight here. All right, let's just go ahead and check the health of the vehicle here. So auto, our German co-pilot, looking good with the autopilot. Everything's good. Lateral navigation looks good. Speed looks good. Altitude looks good. Throttles look good. Fuel looks good. Yep, everything is looking good in the neighborhood. So like that, let's go ahead and go back out so we can actually enjoy the view. You see most of this lake, or a portion of this lake, is frozen over. So Caspe Lake, Caspe. Still don't have anybody up here with us. We haven't seen any other. Oh, I just said that, and look at right here. Here we go, crossing traffic right here. Amazing. Look at that. Gonna get it right, set it right there. Let's go do that right there. And poof! Oh, there it is. Very cool. That's funny. I haven't seen any traffic. Oh, there's traffic right there. See some of our frame rates dropping here. Let's go ahead and get in here. Can I turn on terrain, airports, data, airports, waypoint, stations, U.S. I was going to look and see if that... Oh, here's that lake now. But we are pretty much now crossing into the Northwest Territory of Canada. I think that's like their state, right? The state of Northwest Territory. Region. That was pretty cool though, that other airplane. Literally just like, oh, I haven't seen any traffic. Oh, there's traffic right there. Go check navigation here. Where we got 40 miles till we get to 060 November 03. That's our waypoint right there. You can see it right here on the multifunctional display right there. Got a range of 160, so this line way out here is 160 miles. It's about to make a little bit of a left turn here once we get to 60 November 03 waypoint. This is going to happen here in just about, roughly just a little over 4 minutes. Looking good. Yeah, like I said, we're just now, we're over the, if we go outside, we're over the lake on the far side, so we're definitely in the Northwest Territory, the region, state, whatever they call it, Canada. And we'll just a little bit here in front of us, then we'll actually be cutting across the northwest corner of the Saskatchewan territory. And then once throw that, then we're into Alberta. We'll fly through quite a bit of Alberta. Then eventually we'll get down by Jasper National Park in Alberta, Canada, the Rocky Mountains and all that, and then into Vancouver. And then we really got to start thinking about our approach. So 7 hours, 7.25 hours in flight. And just about the same amount on stream here, live on stream. Looking good. But yeah, we were talking about before the break, talking about, you know, some of the things that you can do in Microsoft Flight Simulator, but just exploring the world. There's so much. I mean, it's such a huge. I mean, the planet's huge. Come on, that there's so much to explore, and why things are there, and because they take the aerial photographs, you know, so often you're flying around and you're like, why is this, like, you know, look this way? And maybe there's not the modeling. Like an example that I just recently had was I was flying a bush plane. Actually, well, it was a bush plane. It was Cessna 170, and I was flying around in the, you know, the up where we're going, the Seattle area and stuff. And I was flying around, and all of a sudden it's like, what is this? There's like these mountains, and it was beautiful, you know, scenery and stuff. These two mountains and all this, and then, but there you could tell that there was something man-made, like cut out, and then little circles and all this. And come to find out, it's literally where they use the mountains as the antenna towers to make these huge antenna, because what you've got to do is you've got to have these huge antennas to be able to, with huge distances, to basically make long waveforms, and that is part of the Navy's communication system to communicate with submarines under the water. So just, you know, flying around your state and stuff, and just flying around and just looking down and going, what is this? What's that? Because they use the aerial photography. So you're like, what is that? You know, and then you can look it up on Google Earth and so on. That's one of the things I'm fascinated with doing, is Google Earth, or, you know, even Google Maps, and just looking. But now that you've got the same thing, but now with planes. So instead of just flying around looking, you can also learn some stuff about aviation and exploring the planet. And that right there, that's it. That right there, that's amazing. Canada is a huge country. Not a lot of people, but it's a huge country. Got a lot of land. All right, let's go in the cockpit. What do we got? We got 325 miles. So that's just about right. We'll probably be needing to go on break again just as we get to our next waypoint there. Plenty of fuel. We could actually kind of go a little faster, but we're still really close to red line to never exceed speed, so I'm just going to go ahead and keep it right here where we're at. Just a beautiful model of a 747. You know, with me talking about, you know, you can, like, with the Davelin Beaver coming out in the 40th anniversary, is making a little YouTube shorts of a beaver, to having beaver landing on a lake, right, and then switching over to a short clip of, my little hunter guy, walking through the tundra like this, that's shooting a moose or whatever, and making that, a really neat little YouTube shorts, telling a little story there in YouTube shorts, which I find fascinating, to do. It's neat. It doesn't take a lot of time to create it and all that kind of stuff. But what does, looking at this, what would this look like in a different, I can go right now and I can just change. I can just instantly change the season and all that. But just what does this look like, on the ground? What does this look like in different seasons and all that? There's so much exploration that you can do. And then once on the Xbox, they get things like all the failures, right? That it can happen, so you can like program it in, say, hey, I kind of want this failure to happen. There's a lot of stuff that we can really do and learn and all that. I mean, it's amazing what we can be able to do with this. And then we get things, once Kerbal Space Program 2 comes out, then we start adding in, space and all that. Oh, just fascinating. Nothing on the scope at 160 miles. Looking to see if there's any weather or anything like that, but I don't see anything. Everything's looking good in the neighborhood. Once we get close to Vancouver, I will probably go into this view and not change it a whole bunch. Because when you change views, obviously that creates loading and all of that. I really don't want to do that. So once we're really kind of descending down into Vancouver for the arrival and approach into Seattle, we'll probably just stay at maybe even this view right here. Maybe set it a little, even go higher. So let's say like something like this. So I'm going to go ahead and set that. There we go. So now I've set that as the view. So yeah, I think that's probably what we'll do for approach and landing. All right. Well, next is Yankee Mike. That is our next waypoint at. Oh, it looks to be about 290 miles out. Take a look here. Yep, 290 miles out. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and try to center this a little bit more, so maybe something like that. There we go. All right. So 290 miles out, so roughly about a little over 30 minutes before we get to our next waypoint. There is a village and a airport and stuff at that waypoint. Everything's looking real healthy. Fuel looks good, engines look good, navigation looks good, speed, altitude, everything looks good. Otto, our German co-pilot, is doing real good here on the autopilot. Everything is looking good. So we are definitely right now in Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan! Oh, that's cool. That's fun. Just looking, I mean, it's just fascinating again to think what's down over here. Little Stony Rapids. Like, why is the town of Stony Rapids out here? It says Stony Rapids is a northern hamlet in northern Saskatchewan, Canada. And there's a town of Fond du Lac. Sand dunes. That's cool. On this lake, there's sand dunes. There's a town called Uranium City. Out here on this, right down here, this is Black Lake right below us, but it's all connected by a series of lakes. And there's a town called Uranium City. I'm bringing up Wikipedia, I gotta look at this history. Okay. Yeah. It looks like they were researching radioactive stuff up here. A bunch of open pit mines and stuff. There were 52 mines were in the area. Amazing. You can really, it's very interesting from like satellite view. You can see that this whole lake right here, geographically, there's something weird about it. There's like a circle. So it's either like a dome is pushed up right when the earth was formed, or something is right here. It's very interesting. It's clearly something you can see that's circular. This island right here, this is Fur Island. Here you can see, yeah, you can see it right there. So that right there is the little town of Black Lake. You can see it right off the nose, literally right off the nose on the water. You can see the road that takes it then to something rapid. I looked at Stony Rapids. You see that it takes it up to Stony Rapids. Then way out above the cockpit window out there is Uranium City. You can see the roads and stuff out here and just, I mean, this is, you know, it's really so much, there's so much of natural resources up here in this region of Canada. It's just amazing. It's just amazing. Yeah, you can see the road. I'm just looking to see where we get down here. Yankee Mike, which is Fort McMurray, which is right down here on a river. That river in straight. Okay, I got an idea how I can find it here. That in oh yeah, Fort McMurray right there. Fort McKay. Oh, this is all mining up here. Oh yeah. Oh, they're just literally. Fort McKay up here is just nothing but. I mean, there's huge mines. We'll probably be able to see it from the air. Huge strip mines. Wow. Well, that's going to be pretty interesting from the air then. To be able to see. Little glitch in the matrix there. Jump in the cockpit, see what we've got here. 216 miles. Like I said, it's going to be right at about my next break here. We're going to get up here to Fort McMurray. But I mean, it's nothing but like wilderness and stuff. And then you get up here to Fort McMurray and there's just all kinds of, some look interesting and natural. But then other ones you can clearly see, I mean, they're just mines. And here's one that says the Curl Oil Sands. All right, the Curl Oil Sands. You know, what the heck is Curl Oil Sands? Imperial Oil, one of Canada's highest quality oil sand deposits, and represents the next generation of oil sands mining. Wikipedia is an oil sands mine around Fort McMurray. What is oil sands, tar sands, crude bitumen, are a type of unconventional petroleum deposit. Oil sands are either loose sands or partially consolidated sandstone containing a naturally occurring mixture of sand, clay, water that is soaked with bitumen, a dense and extremely viscous form of petroleum. It's amazing. Yes, the crude bitumen is a thick, sticky form of crude oil, so viscous that it will not flow unless heated or diluted with lighter hydrocarbons such as light crude oil or natural gas condensate. At room temperature, is much like cold molasses, and there is a huge deposit that we are going to be flying over. A huge deposit. When we get to Fort McMurray, based on this, when we get to Fort McMurray, for Lexic, I mean, it's just a huge, I mean, it's the size of, like, I don't know, I won't say Texas, but I'll say Maine. This huge thing where they're saying this is this oil sands. All right, so okay. Data, what is, no, I don't want data. Airports, waypoints. All right, maybe I was looking to see if we get like ADS-B on here, you know. You can see other airplanes. Look at the topography. That is wild. Oil sands, literally sand and stuff mixed with this molasses-like crude oil or petroleum. You don't hear about that in the news? Again, so here we are. We're flying Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 in the Xbox Series X. We're flying over. One of our waypoints, right, is Yankee Mike Mike, which is Fort McMurray. Why is Fort McMurray here is the question you ask. You start doing research, you find out about oil sands. And oil sands is basically sand and a mixture of other things, also with this very, very thick petroleum oil. And now you find out that I'm looking right here at Google Earth and stuff like that, and there's all kinds of refineries that they've created up here. You hear about fracking and all this kind of stuff, but what about oil sands just stripping the earth? Amazing. Amazing the learning that we can discover through something like Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. We're getting a little bit of clouds coming up. Let's go ahead and just take a look, see if anything's on the scope. No weather's on the scope or anything. Just clouds. A little bit of our speed back, which is nice. We're losing some of that headwind. Alright, now is there a way that I can do this without messing this up? I go next page. That doesn't change anything, right? Alright, so Douglas is my okay. It's good to know. I want to find Douglas in here. All right, so there's. I'm gonna put in some of our waypoints here. There's Douglas. Looks to be at 1,900 feet. And Carfo and Helzer. Find some. I'm programming these in, so I just have these. So Carfo. Carfo. And Helzer. What else we got? Griffey. That's our basically our initial approach fix. It's Griffey. All that on the approach plates already. Griffey, and then probably Mariner. Trying to find out where Mariner is here. There it is. Okay, so Mariner, we need to be. All right, so according to this, we can start descending down at Mariner. We got bone. That bone, we need to be down to 11,000 feet. All right, so now I've got that into what it looks like for our approach. So if we go to the previous page, and then we got row-esh. Let's find that, program that in. Roche. There it is, right there. And before that is YVR, which is Vancouver. Yep. Okay. So yeah, probably at Vancouver, we will probably start down. Because based on the approach, if we look at that, what's dialed in at bone, we need to be at 11,000, and we keep descending down after that. So probably then what we will do. Okay, I'm glad we got that stuff programmed in. And now we got weather or clouds, so we really can't see much here. Frame rate's getting a little crazy here. Frame rate's getting a little crazy. I'm going to go ahead and go in the cockpit here. I'm going to stay here. We are coming up on Fort McMurray here in about 12 or 13 minutes. All right, so if we jump over here, take a look. Right up here, this is Fort McMurray. We come down here to Whitecourt, and we're going to drop on in here into Vancouver. So at Vancouver, we'll start descending down from 42,000 feet. Then we come in, and then we start to do our standard arrival, and then the RNAV into 1/6 left. That's what we've got here left, and based on this, I'd say we've got, you know, somewhere over 2 hours still. So plane is healthy, fuel is healthy, engines are healthy, altitude and navigation is looking good. So getting some cloud cover here, so it's a little bit harder to see here, but once we get on top of Fort McMurray, we'll take a look here. Still about 10, 11, 12 minutes out from there. Yeah, looking good. Weather is still hadn't been a factor this flight. Clouds have kind of given us just something at least to look at, some texture. So that's nice, the live weather here. Been actually a really nice flight. Coming over the Atlantic, North Atlantic, had some clouds over Greenway and all that, but had the potential for some rain, but it never materialized in anything. We're about 10 minutes out from our next waypoint, which is Fort McMurray, where they have this oil sands petroleum factories out here in the middle of this place, which is just amazing. You never hear about something like that. But we learn about it because we fly Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, trying to do this flight from Bordeaux, France to Washington State in the U.S. to get this achievement. I am concerned, though, that once we get into where there is a high volume of graphics, that the Xbox is going to crash on us. But we'll do it as an experiment to see how it performs. But for some of the flight here, we got to be very careful about, like I said, the amount of graphical load that we're putting onto the system here. So especially if the weather is going to deteriorate here in front of us, that's going to put quite a bit of a graphical load on. But we're still in flight level 420, so we're at 42,000 feet, still at Mach 0.870. We'll have to think about, though, once we start our descent, slow down, go in descent mode. Just start a slow descent, but we'll do that, like I said, once we have made the southern turn over Vancouver. It's a little bit of a turn here. You can see that we're heading 218. So we're only 40 degrees off of south. So you can see how we are literally are starting just to drop in almost directly from the north when we get to Seattle, because that's because we did the Great Circle route. We went up and over the curvature of the Earth, which that itself right there is amazing. The other thing that's been really good is OBS and the actual live stream itself. No drop frames as of yet. It doesn't really, the amount of my settings, I don't really put a load on this little 2017 laptop, HP laptop that I'm using. So that's good. See some higher clouds out there. We'll see what those materialize into. About to just go ahead and go on our next break here, but I don't know if there's going to be anything really to see here at Fort McMurray. You can kind of see some of the plants and some of the mines and stuff right above the cockpit window out there. But yeah, you can go take a look at Fort McMurray in Canada and all the petroleum stuff. It looks like there's a bunch of petroleum stuff going on right here. Look at that's probably all these roads are probably all oil derricks for mining or for, you know, pumping out oil up here. Go ahead and zero the heading bug there, just in case we need to disconnect lateral navigation, LNAV. Go on heading mode. Yeah, you can see like out there, right above the cockpit out there, those are all gigantic, like right in front of the nose, right there in front of the cockpit, right above the nose. There's towns and all of these with just oil sands. It looks like a big operation. It started back in 2013 just with like phase 1, like 3 phases. So I don't know, but the deposit that Wikipedia showed of how big this oil sands deposit is mammoth. So but I am just about to go on another in real life break, top of the hour here. So let's go ahead and bring up the view. You guys will probably be able to see maybe the mines and stuff going underneath the wing here. So I will be back in just a bit. All right, we are back here. Let's check the health of the vehicle here. Everything looking good. We're only about 140 miles out from Yankee Zulu uniform, which is White Cloud or whatever that is, but everything's good. Flight level 420. Livestream looks good. Yeah, so far so good here, and like I said, and not too much further here, especially once we start our descent. Once we actually start to get close to Vancouver, because of I think the level of the graphics, I'm probably going to go ahead and just sit in cockpit mode right here. But we can go ahead and take a look here. You can see we got some frame rate as we just rotate around because we got live weather and stuff on, but no real contrails or anything like that right now. I'm going to go ahead and go back into cockpit mode. Like I said, vehicle looks good. Auto's got us on path. Fuel looks good. Navigation looks good. We're coming up here on Yankee Zulu uniform, which is over here in White Court Airport, which looks like it's at the intersection of several rivers up here in Alberta, Canada. But we are, oh, there's Dawson's Creek. Let's see if I can, there's Edmonton. Let's go. I'm going to try to find here so I can give you an update of where we're at. Alright, so there's Edmonton. Alright, here we go. That way I can, like I said, give you an idea of where we're at. Edmonton. There's White Court. Very nice. Okay. We should probably start to see mountains here. With that, we actually might start seeing some more clouds and some more weather pop up with the mountains right off our nose here at 300 miles or something like that, 250 miles in front of us. We picked up some speed. We lost the wind, so our ground speed now is back close to 600 miles an hour, which is good. But we're coming up on White Court here, Yankee Zulu uniform. So let me go ahead and give you an update as to where we're at. So this is your captain speaking. And so let's go ahead and bring up the map here. So we passed Fort McMurray here during break, and now we're kind of in between them. This right here, this is White Court right here. This is Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. So right here, this is White Court. And then we're going to come through. You can see that we start to pick up the Rocky Mountains again. I'm going to back, pick up then the coastal Rocky Mountains. Come down here into Vancouver, and then our arrival and our approach, into Seattle. So things are starting to happen now. So this is basically the rest of the flight right here on screen. And if we zoom out and look, there was the flight. That was our original, that's our whole flight right there here that we have done so far. But as we get closer to Vancouver, I will probably then, like I said, stay in this view right here, cockpit view, just to try to keep the changing and the loading of the graphics to a minimum as best we can. So everything is looking good here. So yep, but we don't have much to see anymore, or not much left in the flight here. We'll go ahead and get set up because we are only here about 100 miles, so about 11 minutes out from Whitecourt. And then from Whitecourt, we go to Lonhro, and then so there's one more Lonhro, and then we are right into. So I'm gonna go ahead on that. I'm gonna go ahead and put that in Lonhro. There we go. Got that programmed in the Sky Vector. So we got Whitecourt and then Lonhro and then into Vancouver. That's it. And then we're basically on standard arrival. We're on standard arrival and then the RNAV for runway 16 left. So Yankee Zulu is only 90 minutes away, or 90 miles away, only about 10 minutes away. Then into Lonhro, like I said, then into Vancouver. We'll see what happens with the winds. When we left, the winds were out of the south. So, but we're gonna go ahead and do as filed. Hopefully, we won't have this like huge blow tailwind, but who knows? This could get fairly interesting here down low. I'm not gonna change anything. Unless it's something perhaps that it would be really bad if we didn't, so. Here we are coming up on the Whitecourt. Yankee Zulu uniform is the next waypoint. Just inside here, 80 miles off the nose. We're going to then stay up high as we cross over the Rockies. Canadian Rockies. Be nice if we get some the cloud cover to clear away again, so we get just some nice scenery of the Canadian Rockies. We're gonna go. Looks like we're gonna go almost right over Jasper National Park. Yeah, that's cool, Jasper. Been to Jasper National Park when I was a kid. And Cindy and I need to get back there. We need to do some more trips. Good. I don't see anything that I'm too concerned about. A little drop in frame right there, probably because when I look this way, not only the sun, but there's some live weather there that probably needs to load up, and also that way is Edmonton, so it might load in some graphics and stuff like that too. So I might just kind of fix the views here. See how like every time I start to look that way, there must be maybe some bigger live weather down there that needs to load up. So we're going to go ahead and keep it looking where we need to focus on, which is straight ahead. Straight ahead. Keep it moving. Oh, there was a drop. I thought we lost it there. So it's probably loading up weather as we get closer to the coast. Come on, let's be honest. Seattle. Hello, Seattle. It's going to be bad weather. You'd think. Don't know that, but you would think. And so live weather on. Also, it's, I mean, come on, it's up there at the headquarters of Boeing. So there's going to be a lot of traffic, you know, a lot of live traffic, a lot of live players, graphics, all that kind of stuff. So. I wonder if I can figure out what I should have listed it or remembered it of what arrival that we're doing. Let me look at Olympia 2. Olympia, Battleground. No, that's definitely not it. Try Chins 5. Chins 5. Where we got Chins, Yakima, Moses Lake. Nope, it's not that one either. Glacier 1. Glacier 1 is Boeing Field, unset. No, that's not it either. Let's see, Hawk 7. It's the RNAV. Battleground, Petra, Creek, Pate. No, these are not also. Klamath, no, that's coming from the south. Let's see, Vancouver. Oh, wait a minute, this might be it. Coming in from Vancouver into Jawbone. Does that sound right? Let's go into the cockpit. Got Boeing. Diggin? No, this is not us either. Jawbone 6. Oh, this is probably it right here. The MARNR 7. Vancouver to Roche. Roche to MARNR. Yeah, that's our standard. So we're doing the MARNR 7 arrival. So crossing Vancouver above flight level, so we need to send down, when we get to Vancouver, we need to send down to flight level 200. And then MARNR at 12,000 feet. So MARNR at 2, yep. Alright. So MARNR 7, and then we are doing the RNAV 16 left Zulu approach. Which is Griffey, then to Helzer. Griffey to Helzer to Carfo. Douglas, yep, got it right there. Okay. So then down to 6,000 feet at Griffey. So what does it say here? Griffey, 6,000 feet. Yep. Okay. Good. Not really sure where Bone is at. I didn't see it on a arrival or anything like that. So, all right. So very good. So You now know the approaches that we are doing. So we need to be at flight level 200 when we get to Vancouver. And we're really won't be able to see Whitecourt. Man, I might sneak through here. You can definitely see the high clouds though, probably at the mountains. So, alright, let me go back here into... Got some little bit of weather showing up here, but nothing that's too concerning right now. Fuel looks good, engines look good, navigations look good, everything is doing good here. I'm just making a small left turn once we get past Yankee Zulu uniform here. Going on to Lonro. All right, looking good here. A little bit of a joggle. Got some weather here right at the mountains. We're about 10 minutes out from getting to the mountains. All right, just getting an update and all this kind of stuff. Everything's looking good. So we are, where are we here? About 11, 12 minutes out here from Lonro. And then past Lonro, we've only got not much here. Well, like what, 100 miles? So we're close here to landing. We might be landing here sooner than later. I guess with that picking up that speed when we started heading south and get rid of some of that headwind, it has really affected our speed here. So we're going to have to descend down. Remember, for our approach, we wanted to be at 2,000 feet. Sorry, not 2,000 feet. We want to be at 20,000 feet over Vancouver. That is what's in our flight management computer is not right, because I'm seeing flight level 420. That's not right. We want to be at flight level 200 over Vancouver for our standard, for the approach that, or the arrival that we're doing, not our approach, the arrival that we're doing, which is the MARNR arrival. The MARNR 7 arrival. Yes, we want to be at or above flight level 200, so I want to be at flight level 200 when we pass over Vancouver. Once we have passed Vancouver, then we want to descend down to 12,000 at 270 knots. I'm going to go ahead and leave that up right there for right now. Well, things are starting to happen here as we are getting close to Vancouver. The flight here is a little bit over 4,500 miles that we have done here. Which is amazing that you can actually do that here in a flight simulator on a gaming console. So we might get into a little bit of precipitation here. I just want to make sure where I know where all the anti-ice, window heat, all that is, which is right here. So in case we start to get some ice buildup. But I think it's actually probably mostly below us, the precipitation. Because this is just precipitation right here at Lonro. Oh, it's just the slope of the mountains is making this. Just the topography. Yeah, not much really to see down there, so I'll go ahead and stay in cockpit view in case we dip into these high-level clouds right here. So I keep my eyes on the instruments and everything so I can monitor auto. But yeah, we've gone over 4,500 miles in this flight. Total fuel looks good. I'm going to go ahead and get set up for our approach and landing here. Kind of setting up my views. All right. Also, in case we're getting some weather here, that I'm set up. It's about 7 minutes or so. We're passing over Lonro. over the mountains here, but we can't see the mountain because of the clouds. Kind of see some topography down there, but uh-oh. Oh, I had a big drop of frames right there. Probably weather loading up when I change views, because it changes, it makes it a bigger view, see? And so it needs to load all that in, so. All right, let's go ahead and go back to our view. There it is right there. Alright, looking good. Where is... Can I go out one more time? Yeah. So Lawn Row. So we've got about, what, 285 miles to go between Lawn Row and Vancouver. Okay. We're just crossing over the Rockies, but there's none to see because we got now these clouds right here. I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit. Yeah, definitely see the mountains down below us here. Just some light high clouds here. Here come the Canadian Rockies. What a heck of a flight this has been from Bordeaux, France. Now we've got the last just, 400 miles or so here. So really about the last hour that we've got here. So we're probably within the last hour of this flight. Which is now we're just continue to fly to Vancouver, and then at Vancouver we make a turn to the south. We need to actually descend down here. Once we get a little closer here, we start descending down to 20,000 feet. So that is from flight level 4, from 42,000 feet down to 20,000 feet. That's a drop of 22,000 feet. If we do it at 1,000 feet per minute, it takes us 22 minutes. So we could probably think about go ahead and getting underneath these clouds here. I think maybe once we cross Lawn Row here, we could probably just start a nice slow descent. That might be something to think about doing. Down from 42,000 feet down to 20,000 feet. We need to be at 20,000 feet at Vancouver for our standard arrival. We might think about doing that. Once we cross Lawn Row, we can get an idea. We've just got just a few minutes here, 3 minutes or so, and then we'll cross Lawn Row. Now, what happens? Oh, this might. All right, so I can turn on terrain, but I can't turn on terrain and weather. So I think I'd rather have weather on because I'm doing a standard arrival. I should be clear of everything. That's the whole point of the standard arrivals and all that, is keep you clear of all terrain avoidance and all that. And also, because we're doing standard arrivals and stuff, the reason why they're actually set up as standard arrivals or standard departures is because if you do lose communication or if you don't hear, they're the standard route that you should take. So air traffic control would expect you, if they gave you that route, they expect you to take that route. You don't have to just get vectors from them. Turn left, turn right, climb, block, all this. No, they know the route that you're supposed to take. So that's why, like this flight, we did all standard departure out of Bordeaux, and then we're doing a standard arrival here into Seattle. So. All right, we are coming up on Lonro. Once we're done with Lonro, and we actually then get the distance to Vancouver, which should be about, I think, looks like to be about 285 miles, which will take us about 30 minutes. If we do descend down, it'll take us about 20 minutes. So, yeah, we can descend down at 1,000 feet per minute, then be at 20,000 feet a little bit before we get to Vancouver. All right, 6 miles to Lonro. Making our turn now. So yeah, we're about 30 minutes out from Vancouver. 1,000 feet per minute would take us 22. Wow, we got some type of cell right here in front of us. Interesting. All right, well, let's see what we can do here. We are going to go ahead and slow down just a little bit. I'm going to put 20,000 feet on the bug. Vertical speed it. There we go. All right, 950 feet, 1,000 feet, going down to 20,000 feet. Got some type of little cell right here coming up here off our 12:30, 1 o'clock. Go ahead and zoom in on that. Yeah, look at that. Interesting. All right, descent is happening at 1,000 feet per minute. We're going down. So again, 22,000 feet we're descending down. It's going to take us roughly 23 minutes. We're about 27, 28 minutes or so out from, half hour out from Vancouver. So timing should work out just fine there. And since we are in the descent, I am going to just go ahead and stay in cockpit view here, where we can monitor everything, especially since we've got a weather cell right here. It's very interesting. All right, risk it for the biscuit. Looking nice. Just descending on down. Well, I think we're within the hour. We're on the ground. I will be taking another break though as we descend down here. LNAV still looks good, speed still looks good, descent rate looks good. We're bugged for 20,000 feet. Mach 0.83. At some point we're going to need to switch that over the indicated airspeed, but not as of right now. Again, we're doing the standard arrival into Seattle, so that's why it's, for me, it's actually okay not to use ATC and get vectors and all that, because we are doing the standard arrival. We've already filed for everything, so we were just heading to Vancouver, which is our next waypoint, which is Yankee Victor Romeo. We need to be at or above 20,000 feet. And once we do that, we make basically a left turn and go down to MARNR. And once we get then to MARNR, we need to be at 270 knots at or above 12,000 feet. Then we then we go to Bone. All right, so there's that then. All right, so there's our arrival right there. Oh, clouds looking good. Oh, we got another airplane out there. Contrails looking good. I'm not really sure what these do because I don't have enough information right now. Plus, I haven't really flown this enough to really understand what all those are. I haven't really experimented with those yet, so. We are just descending down. We know we got the mountains below us, so it's a little risque here. But everything so far is just looking good. We're coming up here on another break at the top of the hour, and I'll take that break as we're descending down. We got some weather now showing up, but nothing that's right now looks like it's a concern. Because we are up here and we might get some precipitation. And turn everything on here, just in case we get into some precipitation here. Turn on the old anti-ice. Passing through 35,000 feet, going to 20,000 feet. All right, gonna raise some of the descent here. Go to 750. Just kind of arrest that a little bit. We've got plenty of time here. We're still, good. Oh, we're gonna be slowing down here, so we're a good 25 minutes out. And then descend down, still 14,000 feet. So we should line up pretty good. Again, we can be at or above 20,000 feet. So we don't have to be exactly at 20,000 feet when we cross over Vancouver. And I'm about to go on break here in just a minute or a couple minutes here, so I want to make sure that I get everything set up for when I go on break. There's a little bit of some weather to the right at 2 o'clock. But straight ahead looks pretty good. All right, I might foul this all up, but we are going to, there we go, just changed it. I'm going to go ahead and go to 270 knots. That's what we need to be at. Throttles will probably come back here close to idle. We're plugged at 270 knots indicated is what we need to be at when we cross at MARNR. Don't need to be, there's no speed restrictions when we cross over Vancouver. All right, so we've got about 7 minutes or so before it looks like we get to some weather. So with that, I am going to go ahead on the descent here, so you go ahead and enjoy the view as we descend on down here. Enjoy the music, and I'll be back with you in just a few. All right, I am back here, so let's go ahead and jump in the cockpit. Making sure there's no mountains. Oh, there's definitely some weather here in front of us. Do we want to snake around it? We want to go through it. Decisions. We're going to deviate. We're going to need to deviate soon. But no, we're going to go through it. We're going to go through it. We are going through this weather right here. All right, still descending down. We got 100 miles to go and 10,000 feet to go, so that's all working out pretty good here. Speed is bugged at 270. Altitude is bugged 20,000, flight level 200. That is for our standard arrival. For the MARNR arrival over where we need to be at or above 20,000 feet when we cross over Vancouver. So we're in the descent. Excuse me. Oh, there's a little bit of, there's some red though over here to the, at 1 o'clock. Might have to deviate for that though. We've got anti-ice on. It is on auto. Window heat is on. We've got the washers if we need them. I'm not really too concerned about that because we're going to be IFR anyway, so. All right, here we go. It's only about 5 minutes or so we can bust through this, so looks like maybe more than that. No, not. We're doing 300, so now it's we're doing a mod. We're doing right now, so now that we're doing our ground speed of 300 knots. So we're doing 5 miles a minute here. So. Got about 50. We got about 10 minutes here of weather. Looks like it's dissipating a little bit, so might not be too bad, but we're going through it. All right, leveling off at 20,000 feet. Alright, with that, I'm going to go ahead and speed up here. Go ahead and go to 300 knots. I got some weather here around Vancouver. We might have to deal with here. So far, it hadn't been too bad. We have all the anti-ice on. Again, I'm not going to go out of cockpit view just because I don't want to load up all of the extra graphics that entails. All right, here now we're getting a little bit of turbulence and wind. All right, Yankee Victor Romeo, next waypoint, Vancouver is on the multifunctional display, so there we go. We're at 20,000 feet. We've already descended down, so we're ready to go there. I could have stayed up higher, but it's all right. It just makes it a little bit more interesting. When we get to Vancouver, we're going to make a south turn and head then to the MARNR waypoint. When we get to the MARNR waypoint, we also need to slow down to 270 knots. We can cross MARNR at 12,000 at 270 knots. Yeah, this makes it a lot more interesting with the live weather and the clouds. Everything is looking good after our almost 4,000 mile, or we've done over 4,000 miles here. Right now we're at 300 knots, flight level 200. Once we get to Yankee Victor Romeo, which is Vancouver, then we'll make a turn to the south, and then we'll start the MARNR standard arrival into the RNAV runway 16 left approach. Everything is looking good, so. For that to good. Capture that. All right, after 4,000 miles, starting the MARNR arrival. After 4,000 miles and 9 hours. For RNAV, runway 16 left. Join now for the landing. Come on now. All right, we bust out of the clouds, which is per the radar there. We've got still some stuff, but it's not bad at all. All right, 50 miles out from Vancouver. That's where we'll start the MARNR arrival. The south turn to Roche. And again, we need to then, while we're heading to Roche and down into MARNR waypoint, we need to send down to 12,000 feet, about 270 knots. We can all do that here within the next about 10 minutes here when we get into Vancouver. We need to stay at 12,000 or stay at 20,000 feet over Vancouver. This is cool live weather right here. This makes it interesting. You don't usually get to see something like this from the the front flying commercial aviation. This right here is amazing. After live streaming and flying for over 9 hours. Got some weather here at 2 o'clock. Yeah, things will start happening pretty quickly here. Just go ahead and review what we've got over here. So really geared down under 250 knots. 10 degrees of flaps under 250 knots basically. We need to be at 270 knots when we cross MARNR at or above 12,000 feet. Looking good so far. Weather's not going to look like it'd be a problem, especially as we head south into Seattle. Like the major weather that we've got is off here at our 2-3 o'clock. Fuel's healthy, the engine's healthy, auto is healthy. We are at flight level 200 at 300 knots. We are on LNAV and we are on course. 25 miles to Vancouver. And it kind of looks like a typical Northwest day. Like I said, after over 4,000, really 4,500 miles, about 9.5 hours in the air, 9.5 hours live stream. We are on just about to start the MARNR 7 arrival into Seattle. Just looking over here at our approach plate. If you're wondering what I'm looking at, this is what I'm looking at over here. Standard arrival. That's what I'm looking at over there. So you see me glance over here, that's what I'm looking at. Gives us all our speeds and altitudes and all that for the standard arrival. Coming up on 20 miles to go to Vancouver. The live stream still looks healthy. Microsoft Flight Simulator still looks healthy, so like I said, we're going to maintain this view right here for the remainder of the flight, just because changing views and stuff really puts a load onto the Xbox Microsoft Flight Simulator when you continue to change views like that. So we're going to stay right here. This is going to be our landing view right here. Remember, we need to descend down to 12,000 feet, at or above 12,000 feet, and 270 knots on the bug. All right, so if we're 300 knots over the ground, that's right, or 360 knots over the ground, and that's 7 miles a minute, right? Because it would be 6 miles a minute if we're at 300, but we're at 360, so that's 7 miles a minute. So basically now that first ring, Vancouver now is basically roughly a minute and a half in front of us. It was 10 miles out. So that ring now is, if you think about it in terms of time, each ring is a minute and a half right now at this speed. And again, why is that important? Well, because it gives you decision-making times to make decisions, or how fast things are happening. And roughly every minute, that's not, I mean, a minute, you know, that's a long time, right? So we're 7 miles out from Vancouver. So we're basically a minute out right now. Turn will probably start to happen before that, but looks like we've got, maybe we might have some nicer weather though once we get down a little lower. We're going to make this turn here to Roche and then on to MARNR. Remember, MARNR will be at or above 12,000 feet and 270 knots on the bug. Alright, I'm just going to make sure LNAV is on. Altitude is still at 20,000 feet, but we're just about to go ahead and dump that down. Alright, so here we go. Let's go ahead. We're in the turn. Go 270 knots. Need to be at 270 knots on the bug. And we got the descent going in. And let's go ahead now. You'd be at or above 12,000. Just hold the trigger too long and it jumps to every 1,000. That's how the 747 is here. So we've got to descend 8,000 feet. So let's go ahead and just plug that in there. All right. Next then is Roche, and then MARNR, and that's where we're bugged for 270 at 12,000. And after that, we need to send down at or above 11,000, and then we send 250 knots. So we start slowing down. Wind's looking good for runway 16 left. That is our RNAV that we've got set up. Alright, so now we're at, since everyone is 10 minutes, so we're roughly about 5 miles a minute. So that's about every 2 minutes there. This doesn't give us bottom of the descent. I'm going to go ahead and just use my vertical speed here to control my descent rate. Get down to 12,000 feet here. Weather looks good in front of us. You just play with the vertical speed here and just kind of work its way down. Still looking good. 270 knots, still descending down, passing through 17,000. Go ahead and bug the pressure here. Going down to 12,000 feet. On 12,000 feet, 270 knots is bugged, 12,000 feet is bugged. We've got 4,000 to go. So 300 knots, so each one of those rings is 2 minutes. 5 miles, or 10 miles, so 5 miles a minute. Beautiful, look at that. Yeah, like everything I see. All right, MARNR is there on the multifunctional display. Got 3 miles to go to Roche and then on to MARNR. We are on the MARNR arrival. Both at or above 12,000 feet at MARNR and 270 knots. After that, we descend down to 11,000, above 11,250 knots at Boeing. Looking good. For anybody arriving right now, we are on the MARNR 7 arrival into Seattle after flying from Bordeaux, France, doing an all-day live stream from Bordeaux. Started at 9 o'clock this morning. We've been live streaming for just over 9.5 hours. We're on the MARNR arrival. MARNR is right in front of us. We're descending down to 12,000 feet at 270 knots for the standard arrival here into Seattle. Kilo Sierra Echo Alpha. What we're doing, live weather, live traffic, live players here on the Xbox Series X. Going for the achievement, which is frequent flyer miles, which is to fly from Bordeaux to Seattle. We're up on 13,000 feet, going down to 12 per standard arrival. Weather doesn't look like it's going to be a factor as of right now. I'm up on 12,500, going to 12,000. 270 is bugged. For the standard arrival, everything's looking good. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get us set up into view. There's our view. And that's part of the reasons why I need that, because it's like, go ahead and actually maybe I'm going to reset the view. So the center of the multi for right now is going to be center view, because I need to be able to see the altimeter. All right, 12,000 feet, 270 knots. We're just heading to MARNR now. 24 miles to MARNR. Go ahead and put it in range of 20. We've got a big old rain cloud right there in front of us. Let's center our heading bud in case we need to go off nav mode and go into heading mode here on auto, our German autopilot, the autopilot. All right. $12,000 feet, 270 knots. MARNR is on the board. $18 miles to MARNR. At MARNR, we're going to take a left turn to Bone, and then pretty much a little bit of a left turn to Nijos, and then on to Griffey. Then after Griffey, we are on the RNAV, runway 16 left, Zulu approach. Go ahead and card that up so I have it. Feet. All right. All right. A little bit of cloud and some weather here, but pop out of those. Full day. We already got all the anti-ice on, so we should be good there. I don't see any indication that we've got problems with icing. All right, MARNR, cross MARNR, 12,000 feet, at or above 12,000 at 270 knots. We're all set up for that. We need to send down and also slow down. Descend and slow. Everything's got to come down after we cross MARNR. Got to come down 1,000 feet and slow down to 250 knots. This is all for the standard arrival here into Seattle. We're doing the MARNR 7 arrival. Then the RNAV, runway 16 left. Here we go. Now we're going to definitely be able to see the runway. We don't have to worry about probably any type of decision height here. We'll be able to see the runway, no problem. All right. 7 miles to go to MARNR. We're at 12,000 feet, 270 knots. All right, 3 miles to MARNR. Basically got to cross over Puget Sound to get over on the Seattle area. And here we go, making the turn. All right, Bone is next, 11,000 feet. feet, 250 on the speed. All right, at or above 11,000. At or above 250 knots. Go at 250 knots. This is the standard arrival. All right, Griffey, 6,000 feet, 210 knots. $6,000 feet. And Griffey is 210 knots. Go ahead and bug all that, get that all set up, slow down. Once we get to Griffey, we are on the RNAV. All right, leading edge slats coming out. Looking good, looking good. 5 degrees of flaps coming in. Let's center up our heading bug. Looking good. Griffey, 6,000 feet, at or below 210 knots. All right, we're at or below 210, so I'm going to go 200 knots. All right, gears coming down. Use that as a little bit of a speed brake. Slow down. All right, my airplane. For some reason we're deviating from course, it seemed like. So my airplane. Just for just a moment here so I can get this thing back. It's wanting to turn us here for some reason. Let's see what happens here. Speed 200 knots, LNAV, vertical descent. Alright, I think I like what we've got back here. For some reason I didn't really like that right there, so I took control. I think Otto's back here with us. A little bit high at Griffey. Gonna blow 210 knots and start slowing us down. On to 180. Going to 20 knots, or 20 degrees flaps. $4,000 feet. Alright, 165 on the bug. Alright, Carfu, what are we going to be at Carfu? 3,000? 3,200. So we'll come down to 3,200. Still high. Let's get down to 3,200. Alright, runway in sight, so if I need to I can fly this visually. 25 degrees of flaps coming in. VREF 165, full flaps coming in. Runway in sight. Alright, my airplane. Alright, we're high. It's all visual here after all that flying. Got a right crosswind. On glide slope. We recovered there. Five knot crosswind, 90-degree crosswind, 5 knots. 1,000 to go. On VREF. On glide slope. My airplane. VREF. On glide slope.
200. Minimums.
Continuing.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
There it is. Achievement popped. $60 knots. Idle. Can't believe we did it. That is amazing. I'm saying, where you going? I'm gonna park it right here. In Quebec 1-3. Parking brake comes on. That is wicked, wicked cool. Oh. Speed brakes closed. We are here. I'm gonna shut everything down. All right, here's the big test. You ready? I'm gonna go ahead and switch switch to external view. Let it load. Oh, it survived it. And now let's real quick. Let's just check. Turn on nameplates. There you go. There's all the other either AI traffic, like Dallas, Delta Airline. That's AI real-time traffic. But like Father Tank, that's right there. That's another human. But here we are. It did it. We did it. We got the achievement. I saw the achievement pop over here on my laptop. I don't have it up, so I don't think it pops up here. But I saw that it popped there. So that was absolutely amazing. It worked almost to the T. A 10-hour live stream all day to fly from Bordeaux, France, here to Seattle, Washington. Got the achievement. That is absolutely amazing. Well, thank you for joining me. All those of you did join me, thumbs up because you are amazing. My next live stream will be a week from today on Sunday morning. Reason being is because we've got some in real life stuff happening this week, so I won't be able to live stream during the week, but might post a few other shorts and all of that. But what a great flight this was. I'm so glad that it worked out. That was just absolutely amazing. I'm so stoked, so happy about that. I'll probably put some chapters in, but just a few chapters here after I'm done about takeoff and landing and so on, because there's really not that much that we saw in chapters. Maybe crossing the coast of Greenland or something like that. But that right there was pretty amazing. Also, I'm running a contest. Once I reach 500 subscribers, you go down to the description and check out that. And so you can win a $50 U.S. Xbox gift code. And with that, subscribe if you haven't. Click that like button because you do. Comment, share this with friends and family and all your fellow gamers out there, especially those that like flight sim and the av geeks and all of that kind of stuff. Come join me in chat in a future live stream. It makes it so much more fun and interesting if I have somebody to share this with. And with that, I will then say, game on, because I'm Uncle Mike, your favorite gamer's favorite uncle. Bye, everybody. That was amazing. 10-hour stream. Flight sim held together for the whole thing. I saw the achievement pop